Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Ava. The sound of sirens pierces the stillness of the emergency room. Another ambulance screeches to a halt outside the bay doors, the staccato hum of chaos brewing just beyond the glass. I check my watch. It's barely 7 a.m., and my second coffee hasn't even kicked in yet. "Carter, we've got a bad one coming in," Lori shouts from across the hall, motioning for me to grab a trauma kit. I grab the cart and push it into the trauma bay, dodging an intern who looks like they're about to drop a tray of vials. "What's the status?" I call out as I slip on gloves. "Motorcycle accident," Lori says, reading off her clipboard as she hustles in behind me. "Male, mid-30s, unconscious at the scene, multiple fractures, BPs all over the place." "Of course it is," I mutter. Motorcycles. I swear they're like tickets to this ER. Every damn week we get another rider who thought they were invincible until the pavement said otherwise. The paramedics barrel through the doors, wheeling in a stretcher carrying a man who looks like he's been through hell and back. Blood covers half his face. His leather jacket is torn, and the smell of burnt rubber clings to the air like regret. "We found him wrapped around a guardrail," one of the paramedics explains, his voice steady but grim. "Helmet saved his life, but he's in bad shape, left femurs shattered, possible rib fractures, and a punctured lung." "Great," I say, grabbing the chart as they transfer him to the bed. "Let's get a line in and—" "Ava?" Nyla's voice cuts through the noise, high-pitched and nervous. I glance over to see her standing in the doorway, wide-eyed and pale. It's her first week, and she looks like she might bolt. "Nyla, this is your first big one. Stick close, but don't freeze up," I say, my tone firm but encouraging. "You're here to learn. Now grab some saline, and let's go." She nods quickly and rushes to the supply cabinet, her hands trembling. I turn back to the patient, his breathing ragged under the oxygen mask. "What's his name?" I ask the paramedic. "Liam Morgan," he says, "goes by Steele with his biker crew." "Of course he does," I mutter under my breath. I lean over him, checking his pupils. "All right, Liam, let's see if you're as tough as your nickname suggests." "Vitals crashing," Lori shouts, her voice sharp. "Damn it," I curse, my hands flying to the trauma kit. "Nyla, get over here. I need you to hold this line while I intubate." She hesitates, her eyes darting between me and the blood pooling on the sheets. I've never done this before." "Well, today's your lucky day," I snap, adjusting the tube. "Hold steady or this guy's not going to make it." Nyla swallows hard and steps closer, her hands trembling but steady enough to hold the line. "Like this?" "Perfect. Now don't let go," I say, sliding the tube into place. The monitor beeps, signaling stability for now. "Got a pulse," Lori says, her relief palpable. "Good. Get him prepped for imaging," I say, pulling off my gloves. "Let's figure out how many pieces we're dealing with." As the team wheels Liam off to radiology, I finally take a breath. Nyla leans against the counter, her face pale but determined. "Holy moly," she whispers. "That was intense." Welcome to trauma, I say, handing her a water bottle. You did good. Next time, maybe try breathing during the procedure. She laughs nervously, her hands still shaking. Yeah, breathing sounds like a good idea. Get used to it, I say, patting her shoulder. This is just the beginning. A few hours later, I'm charting Liam's vitals when I hear a commotion down the hall. A tall, broad-shouldered man storms into the ER, his face set in a scowl that could peel paint. Where the hell is he? The man growls, his eyes scanning the room. I step in front of him, blocking his path. Can I help you? Liam Morgan? He snaps. I'm his brother. And you are? I ask, arching an eyebrow. Zeke, he says, his tone daring me to challenge him. Now take me to him. Zeke, I repeat, folding my arms. I appreciate your concern, but this is a hospital. You can't just barge in here like you own the place. He glares at me, his hands curling into fists. Look, lady, my brother's in here because someone ran him off the road, so forgive me if I'm not exactly calm right now. My irritation softens just a fraction. I get it, but yelling at the staff isn't going to help. He's stable, but he's got a long road ahead. If you want to see him, you'll follow the rules. Zeke stares me down for a moment, then exhales sharply. Fine. Take me to him. Wait here, I say, motioning for Lori to keep an eye on him as I head to Liam's room. Liam's awake when I walk in, his face pale but his eyes sharp. What's with the noise? He rasps. Your brother's here, Mr. Morgan, I say, pulling a chair closer to his bed. And he's loud. Sounds like Zeke, Liam mutters, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I glance at the chart, noting his improved vitals. You're lucky, you know. Another inch, and that guardrail would have cut through your chest. Lucky's not the word I'd use, he says, his voice gravelly. But thanks, Doc. Nurse? I correct, smirking. Don't give me more credit than I deserve. He chuckles softly, then winces. Remind me never to piss you off. Too late for that, I reply, standing. I'll send Zeke in. Try not to yell at each other. If you disturb the other patients, I'll have both your butts. No promises, he says. But there's a flicker of gratitude in his eyes as I leave. Zeke is still standing in the hall, his eyes following my every movement. All right, you can go in, but, I add quickly when he starts to move, if you don't behave, I will have security escort you out. He scoffs, stalking into the room and shutting the door behind him. I sigh and shake my head. Patients like Liam who bring in disgruntled visitors are always frustrating as hell. Back at the station, Nyla grimaces. That guy was scary, she whispers. You get used to it, I say, handing her another chart. Just remember, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. She grins. You're fearless, Ava. I shrug, glancing toward Liam's room. Someone's got to be.
Chapter 2. Liam. The beeping of the monitors is like a goddamn hammer to my skull. I hate hospitals. Always have. Always will. The air smells like antiseptic, and everything's too bright, too clean. It feels like I'm drowning in my own skin. I stare at the ceiling, trying not to think about the pain slicing through my leg and ribs. They say I'm lucky to be alive. Lucky. Right. I don't feel lucky. I feel like crap. The door creaks open, and I expect it to be Ava with her clipboard, ready to boss me around again. Instead, it's a man I don't recognize. Stocky build, buzzed hair, and a jacket that screams, "Don't trust me." He looks around like he's checking for witnesses before stepping inside. "Who the hell are you?" I ask, my voice gravelly. The man smiles, but it's the kind of smile that makes your stomach twist. "Just a friend," he says, shutting the door quietly behind him. Heard you had a little accident. Yeah, well, I don't remember sending out invitations, I mutter, narrowing my eyes. What do you want? To deliver a message, he says, stepping closer to the bed. His hand slips into his jacket, and for a second I think he's pulling a gun. But when he pulls out a pillow, his potbelly disappears, and I freeze. Oh, hell no. Before I can react, he slams the pillow over my face. The world goes dark, and panic explodes in my chest. I thrash, but my broken body is no match for his weight. My ribs scream in protest, and every breath feels like I'm suffocating in slow motion. You should have stayed out of it, the guy growls, his voice muffled through the pillow. This ain't personal, just business. I claw at his arms, gasping for air, but my strength's fading fast. The beeping of the monitors turns into a wild alarm, the sound blending with the rush of blood in my ears. Then suddenly, the pressure disappears. What are you doing? Ava's voice cuts through the haze like a goddamn fire alarm. The pillow's ripped away and I gasp, sucking in air like it's my last chance. I hear the crash of metal and the scuffle of feet. Then Ava's voice again, sharp and furious. Get the hell off him! I blink through the tears streaming down my face just in time to see Ava grappling with the guy. She's tiny compared to him, but she's got the kind of fire that makes you think twice about messing with her. Get out of my way, lady, the man snarls, shoving her hard. Ava stumbles but doesn't go down. Security! Someone call security! She yells, lunging at him again. The guy curses under his breath, pushing her off with enough force to send her into the wall. She hits it with a sickening thud, and my stomach twists. Screw this, the man mutters, bolting for the door. Hey, stop, Ava yells, scrambling to her feet. The door slams shut behind him, and the room falls into a stunned silence except for the monitors blaring in protest. Ava turns back to me, her face pale and her hair disheveled. Liam! Mr. Morgan, she says, rushing to my side. Are you okay? Can you breathe? I nod weakly, my chest still heaving. Yeah, I'm good. She grabs my wrist, checking my pulse, then looks me dead in the eyes. Good? You just got attacked and you're good? Relax, I croak, my voice hoarse. It's not like it's my first near-death experience. Ava stares at me like I've grown a second head. Are you serious right now? That guy just tried to kill you! What the hell is going on? I shake my head, still trying to catch my breath. I don't know. Probably something to do with Dawson. Dawson? Who the hell is that? Her eyes narrow. Some hitman you conveniently forgot to mention when we were fixing your sorry self? Didn't think it was relevant, I mutter, wincing as the pain in my ribs flares up again. Not relevant, she snaps, her voice rising. Some psycho just tried to smother you with a pillow, and you didn't think it was relevant? Okay, maybe I messed up, I admit, leaning back against the pillow. But I didn't exactly plan on this happening. Unbelievable, Ava mutters, pacing the room. I need to call security, and the cops. No cops, I say quickly, my voice sharp despite the ache in my chest. Ava stops mid-step, glaring at me. No cops? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Look, the cops won't help, I say, trying to sit up. Dawson's got connections. He'll know before they even do anything. Jesus Christ, Liam, she says, her voice low and furious. You're telling me this guy's going to keep coming, and you want me to do nothing? I'll handle it, I say, gritting my teeth against the pain. Just don't get involved. Oh, screw that, she snaps, jabbing a finger at me. You don't get to tell me not to get involved when I just saved your ungrateful behind. She's right, of course, and the guilt twisting in my gut is almost as bad as the pain in my ribs. Thanks, I mutter, my voice softer now, for, saving my ungrateful butt. Damn right, she says, crossing her arms. You owe me. I let out a weak laugh, wincing as my ribs protest. Yeah, I guess I do. She shakes her head, her expression softening just a little. Liam, whatever crap you're in, you need to tell me. Because if this happens again... It won't, I say firmly, meeting her gaze. I won't let it. She stares at me for a long moment, then sighs. You're impossible. And you're bossy, I shoot back, managing a faint smirk. Guess we're even. Her lips twitch like she's fighting a smile, but she turns and heads for the door. Stay put. I'm getting security. And don't even think about pulling that no cops crap again. As the door clicks shut behind her, I lean back and close my eyes, the adrenaline still buzzing through my veins. Whoever Dawson sent is going to regret not finishing the job. And Ava's a hell of a lot tougher than I gave her credit for. Chapter 3. Liam. The room's too damn quiet. It's been a few hours since the attack, and every second feels like a ticking bomb. The pillow stunt might have failed, but I know Dawson. He doesn't stop until the job's done. My leg's on fire, my ribs are killing me, and I'm pretty sure I've got a headache the size of Long Island. But none of that matters. I've got to get the hell out of here. The door flies open, slamming against the wall, and in walks Zeke, his face like a storm cloud. I sigh. Just what I needed. What happened? He barks, striding over to my bed. Nice to see you too, brother, I mutter, adjusting the blanket over my leg. Cut the crap, Liam. He's pacing now, his boots heavy against the floor. I leave you here for a few hours and someone tries to take you out? What the hell are you not telling me? I glare at him, sitting up as much as my busted ribs will let me. I've got it handled. Nonsense, he snaps, spinning to face me. If you had it handled, you wouldn't be laid up in a hospital bed with a damn hitman walking in and out of here like it's amateur hour. I clench my fists, wishing I could swing at something, preferably him. I didn't ask for your input, Zeke. This isn't your problem. Not my problem, he growls, leaning over the bed. You're my brother. When someone comes for you, it sure as hell becomes my problem. Before I can fire back, the door opens again and Ava walks in. She's got that no-nonsense look on her face, the one that says she's about to lay into someone. Fantastic. What's going on in here? She asks, her eyes darting between me and Zeke. Family meeting, Zeke says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Why don't you step outside, nurse? Ava doesn't even flinch. This is my patient's room, and I don't care how pissed off you are. There's no yelling in here. Zeke stares at her, like he's not used to people telling him no. Look, lady, I'm not your lady, Ava cuts in, crossing her arms. I'm the person keeping your brother alive. So if you've got something to say, use your indoor voice or take it outside. I bite back a laugh, watching Zeke's face turn red. He opens his mouth to argue, but she doesn't give him the chance. And you, she says, turning to me, are not going anywhere. What? I snap, glaring at her. I wasn't planning on going anywhere. Bull, she says, her tone sharp. I can see it in your face. You're already plotting some stupid revenge scheme, and I'm here to tell you it's not happening. Ava, I'm not just going to sit here while Dawson sends more of his goons to finish the job. You are if you want to keep breathing, she fires back, stepping closer. You're in no shape to go anywhere, let alone play vigilante. So sit down and let someone else handle it for once. I don't need anyone to handle my stuff, I snap, my chest tightening with anger. No, you just need to get yourself killed, she says, her voice rising. Great plan, Liam. Real smart. Zeke watches the exchange with a mix of amusement and surprise. She's got a point, bro. Oh, you're siding with her now? I ask, narrowing my eyes at him. She's making sense, Zeke says with a shrug. For once, someone other than me is telling you what you need to hear. Stay out of this, I snap, turning back to Ava. You don't get it. If I don't stop him, then what? He wins? She interrupts, her tone softening just enough to catch me off guard. Liam, you can't fight this guy from a hospital bed. You need to be alive to deal with him. I stare at her, my jaw clenched. She's right, and I hate it. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to get up, to fight, to do something. But she's standing there unflinching, daring me to argue. Fine, I mutter, leaning back against the pillow. I'll stay, for now. Good, she says, relaxing just a fraction. Because if you try to pull any hero stuff, I'll personally sedate you. Zeke snorts, crossing his arms. I like her. Shut up, Zeke, I mutter, glaring at him. Ava smirks, grabbing my chart. You're lucky you've got people who care about you, even if you're too stubborn to appreciate it. Yeah, lucky me, I mutter. But the sarcasm feels weak even to my own ears. As Ava leaves the room, Zeke watches her go, then turns to me. She's got guts. I'll give her that. Yeah, I say grudgingly. She does. Zeke smirks, clapping me on the shoulder. You might actually listen to her. That'll be a first. Don't push it, I mutter. But there's a part of me, the part that's still catching my breath from earlier, that knows he's right.
Chapter 4. Ava. The break room is a godsend. A small, quiet space with bad coffee and fluorescent lights that buzz just enough to make you question your life choices. I slump into a chair, letting out a long sigh. The adrenaline from earlier is finally wearing off, and all I'm left with is exhaustion and a mind full of Liam Morgan. Rough day? Nyla asks, sliding into the seat across from me with her untouched granola bar. Her scrubs are a little wrinkled, and there's a coffee stain on her sleeve, but her eyes are bright as ever. You could say that, I reply, rubbing my temples. Yeah, I heard, she says, leaning forward like she's about to spill some hot gossip. You saved a patient from being smothered? That's awesome. It's not awesome, I say, rolling my eyes. It's just part of the job. Come on, she says, grinning. You wrestled a guy off a bed and lived to tell the tale. That's straight out of an action movie. I snort. Yeah, except in the movies, the hero doesn't end up with a sore shoulder and a ruined scrub top. Still, Nyla says, unwrapping her granola bar. You've got to admit it's kind of cool. I wave her off, but I can feel the heat rising to my cheeks. It's not a big deal. So, she says, her tone shifting. This Liam guy, what's his deal? What do you mean? I ask, trying to sound casual. I mean, he's got half the staff whispering about him, she says, her eyes gleaming. Big, broody biker with a shady past and a chip on his shoulder. Sounds like trouble. He is trouble, I say, reaching for my coffee. The kind that walks into your ER half dead and refuses to cooperate. Uh-huh, Nyla says, raising an eyebrow. But you didn't exactly let him die, did you? Because I'm a nurse, I reply, shooting her a look. It's literally my job. She grins, taking a bite of her granola bar. Sure, your job. But you've got to admit, there's something about him. There's nothing about him, I say quickly, a little too quickly. Nyla's grin widens. You're lying. I'm not lying, I protest. You're totally lying, she says, leaning forward. Come on, Ava, spill. What's the deal with you and the biker? There's no deal, I say, crossing my arms. He's a patient. A patient who happens to have you flustered, she teases. I'm not flustered, I snap, but even as I say it, I know it's a lie. Uh-huh, Nyla says, smirking. So what is it? The tattoos? The attitude? The way he probably smells like leather and bad decisions? I groan, dropping my head into my hands. God, you're annoying. Admit it, she says, laughing. You think he's hot. Okay, fine, I say, throwing up my hands. He's hot. Are you happy now? Yes, she says, sitting back with a triumphant grin. Now tell me why you're trying so hard to pretend you're not into him. Because he's dangerous, Nyla, I say, my voice dropping, and not in the bad boy with a motorcycle way, like actually dangerous. The kind of guy who has enemies showing up to smother him. Yeah, that's definitely a red flag, Nyla says, but there's curiosity in her eyes. And yet what? I ask, narrowing my eyes. And yet here you are, talking about him on your break, she says, smirking like she didn't practically twist my arm to get me to confess. Let me guess. There's something about the danger that gets you going. I open my mouth to argue, but the words stick in my throat. Damn it. She's not entirely wrong. It's not the danger, I say finally, though it sounds weak even to me. It's just, I don't know, there's something about him. He's frustrating as hell, but he's also, I don't know, hot, Nyla offers. Yeah, that, I admit, shaking my head. And there's this look he gets sometimes, like he's carrying the weight of the world, but doesn't know how to put it down. It's stupid. It's not stupid, Nyla says, her tone softening. It's human. I roll my eyes. Don't go getting all philosophical on me. I'm just saying, she says, shrugging. Maybe he's not as dangerous as you think. Or maybe he is, but that doesn't mean you can't figure him out. Yeah, well, figuring him out isn't exactly on my to-do list, I say, finishing my coffee. Sure, Nyla says, smirking again. Keep telling yourself that. I glare at her, but there's no heat behind it. You're impossible. And you're smitten, she says, standing. Go back to work, I say, waving her off. She laughs, heading for the door. You can thank me later when you figure it out. As the door swings shut, I let out a long sigh, staring at my empty coffee cup. Nyla's wrong. She has to be. Liam Morgan is nothing but trouble. And yet, I can't stop thinking about him.
Chapter 5. Liam. The hospital gym smells like sweat and antiseptic, and the rhythmic squeak of someone's sneakers is already grating on my nerves. Physical therapy is a slow kind of torture. My leg feels like it's been smashed into 1,000 pieces, and the therapist is as cheerful as a damn children's show host. You're doing great, Liam, she chirps, her smile too bright for this hour of the morning. Just one more lap. Sure, I mutter through gritted teeth, gripping the handles of the parallel bars. And after this, maybe I'll run a marathon. She laughs like I'm joking, which makes me hate her just a little bit more. Halfway through my pathetic shuffle, the door creaks open and I hear a familiar voice. Nyla, you forgot your juice. I glance over my shoulder to see an older man walk in, holding a brown paper bag like it's the Holy Grail. He's got the kind of face that makes you trust him. A broad smile, kind eyes, and a grandfatherly vibe that doesn't belong in this horrible hospital gym. Nyla follows him in, her expression half amused, half exasperated. Granddaddy, I told you I'd grab something later. Nonsense, he says, handing her the bag. A nurse needs fuel, especially a Thomas nurse. Now you sit down and eat before you keel over. Fine, she says, rolling her eyes but taking the bag anyway. She spots me across the room and waves. Hey, Liam, how's the leg? Still attached, I grunt, adjusting my grip on the bars. The older man, Cornelius, if I remember right, turns to me, his smile widening. You must be the infamous biker. Infamous, huh? I say, smirking despite myself. Sounds about right. Cornelius crosses the room, his footsteps steady but unhurried. I've heard a lot about you. Nyla says you're stubborn as a mule and twice as ornery. Sounds accurate, I reply, trying not to wince as I shift my weight onto my injured leg. Who are you, her PR guy? Grandfather, he corrects, his voice warm. Cornelius Thomas. And from what I can tell, you're about as charming as they said. Yeah, I'm a regular prince, I mutter, focusing on the next step. Cornelius doesn't seem fazed. He watches me for a moment, then says, "You're not gonna get very far like that." Gee, thanks for the insight, I snap, my patience wearing thin. Got any other pearls of wisdom? Plenty, he says, his tone calm. But first, let me ask you something. What's the rush? I stop mid-step, glaring at him. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're pushing yourself like the devil's on your heels, he says, leaning against the wall. What's the point? You trying to prove something to someone? I clench my jaw, the anger bubbling just under the surface. I'm trying to get the hell out of here. And then what? Cornelius asks, his voice even. Run off to finish whatever fight put you here in the first place. That's none of your business, I snap. You're right, he says, nodding. It's not. But I've seen a lot of men like you, son. Carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders, too proud to let anyone help them. You know what happens to those men? They get things done, I reply, my voice cold. Cornelius chuckles softly, shaking his head. No, they burn out. Or worse, they drag everyone around them down with them. His words hit harder than I want to admit, and I look away, focusing on the bars in front of me. You don't know me. Maybe not, he says, but I know pain when I see it. And I know a man who's fighting more battles in his head than he'll ever admit. I grip the bars tighter, my knuckles turning white. I don't need a lecture. Good, Cornelius says, his tone lightening. Because I'm not here to give one. Just figured someone should remind you that it's okay to lean on people once in a while. Might even make you stronger in the long run. I don't answer, the words sticking in my throat. He claps me gently on the shoulder, his touch steady but kind. Think about it, he says, turning back toward Nyla. And for the love of God, take it slow. You can't fix anything if you're dead. I watch him leave, his calm presence lingering long after the door swings shut. Back in my room, I can't get Cornelius's words out of my head. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know the things I've been through, or the stakes I'm playing with. But something about what he said, it sticks. I stare out the window, my reflection faint in the glass. The guy staring back looks like hell, bruised, broken, and pissed off at the world. But there's something else there too, something I haven't seen in a long time. Maybe it's hope.
Chapter 6. Ava. The hospital hallway feels like a marathon course today, and I've been running it on fumes. By the time I get to Liam Morgan's room, I'm equal parts tired and wired. He's my last stop before I can grab a break, and I really wish I'd tackled this one earlier in the day. But here I am, standing outside his door with my clipboard, trying to convince myself that this is just another patient. Except he's not just another patient, is he? He's infuriating, stubborn, and frustratingly gorgeous. Not that it matters. I pull my shoulders back, adjust my curls that are already slipping out of their bun, and push the door open. Liam's sitting up in bed, his chest bare, the sheet slung low across his hips. The sight of him hits me like a sucker punch. His skin is a rich tan, marred by scars that run like battle lines across his chest and shoulders. The kind of scars that tell you he's lived through some things and walked away, barely. His chest is broad, tapering into abs so defined they look like they were carved out of stone. The sheet only hints at what's below, but I don't need the full picture to know the man is built. And then there are his eyes. That piercing sky blue color that makes you feel like he's looking straight through your mask and into the places you try to keep hidden. They're too intense, too knowing, and they're locked right on me. "Morning, Nurse Carter," he drawls, his lips curling into that cocky smirk that makes me want to slap him and, well, never mind. "Morning," I say briskly, trying to keep my voice steady. How's the pain? Manageable, he says, his smirk widening. But seeing you walk in definitely makes me feel better. I roll my eyes, already regretting coming in here. I'm here to change your bandages and help you clean up. Don't make this difficult. Wouldn't dream of it, he says, leaning back against the pillows, his muscles flexing just enough to make my traitorous brain take notice. I grab the supplies from the cart and move to his side, pulling on gloves. All right, sit up straight so I can get to the bandages. He shifts slightly, wincing as he adjusts himself. Careful, Nurse Carter. If you're not gentle, I might think you don't like me. Don't tempt me, Morgan, I reply, peeling back the first bandage. The wound on his side is healing well, the angry edges now a healthy pink. I lean in closer, inspecting it for signs of infection. You always this thorough? He asks, his voice softer now. I glance up, and that was my first mistake. His blue eyes are locked on mine, and for a moment, the air in the room feels different, heavier, charged. I'm thorough because you don't listen, I say, forcing my attention back to the wound. You're lucky you haven't ripped your stitches out. Luck's got nothing to do with it, he says, smirking again. Maybe I just wanted to see you again. I snort, but I can't stop the heat creeping up my neck. You're unbelievable. And you're blushing, he says, his tone teasing but observant. I am not, I snap, focusing on the next bandage. You're definitely blushing, he says, his smirk widening. Once the bandages are changed, I grab the basin and sponge from the cart. All right, time for the sponge bath. He raises an eyebrow, his smirk turning downright sinful. Well, now you're just spoiling me? Don't get used to it, I mutter, dipping the sponge into the warm water. As I press the sponge to his chest, I'm immediately struck by how solid he is. His muscles are taut under my hand, his skin warm even through the gloves. Every scar, every line feels like a piece of his story, one I can't help but be curious about. You're staring, he says, his voice low. I'm working, I reply, refusing to meet his gaze. Sure you are, he murmurs, leaning back slightly. Take your time, nurse. I'm not in a rush. I roll my eyes but keep going, moving the sponge across his chest and down his arm. His tattoos, swirling black ink that disappears under the sheet, catch my eye. I wonder how far they go, and the thought makes my pulse quicken. You're quiet, he says, watching me. What are you thinking? That I should have let Lori take this one, I reply, but the weak sarcasm doesn't hide the fact that my hands are shaking slightly. Liar, he says, his voice dropping an octave. Do you ever stop talking? I ask, moving to his other shoulder. Not when I've got someone this interesting in front of me, he says, his smirk softening into something more genuine. By the time I'm done, my nerves are shot and I feel like I've run a marathon. I toss the gloves in the trash and step back, crossing my arms. There, you're clean. Try not to get into trouble until your next bath. No promises, he says, sitting up straighter. But thanks, Ava. The way he says my name, soft, deliberate, makes me pause. For the first time, he doesn't sound cocky or teasing. He sounds grateful. You're welcome, I say quietly, heading for the door. Ava, he calls, stopping me just as I reach the handle. What? I ask, turning back. You're good at this, he says, his eyes locked on mine. You care. Not a lot of people do. I don't know what to say to that, so I just nod and leave the room, my heart pounding harder than it has any right to. Chapter 7. Ava. The bar down the street from Stone Trauma Center is loud, crowded, and exactly what I need after a long day. The nurses gather here every so often, decompressing over cheap drinks and too many fries. Tonight I'm squished into a booth between Nyla and Lori, nursing my first gin and tonic and trying to pretend my brain isn't full of Liam Morgan. So, Nyla says, leaning in with that knowing look she's perfected, how's your biker boy? I choke on my drink, coughing as Lori bursts into laughter. Excuse me, I croak, grabbing a napkin to wipe my mouth. You heard me, Nyla says, her grin pure mischief. Liam Morgan, the guy you've been giving extra special attention to. I'm not giving him extra special attention, I say quickly, my voice louder than I mean it to be. Sure you're not, Lori says, her tone dripping with sarcasm. That's why you're blushing like someone just caught you naked. I'm not blushing, I protest, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks. Oh, you're definitely blushing, Nyla says, laughing. Come on, Ava. Spill. What's the deal with him? Is he as cocky as he looks? Worse, I mutter, taking another sip of my drink. He's the most frustrating, stubborn, infuriating man I've ever met. Uh-huh, Nyla says, her grin widening. And yet, here you are, talking about him after work. She's got you there, Lori says, reaching for another fry. Look, I say, setting my drink down with a little more force than necessary. He's just a patient, a very annoying patient who doesn't know how to follow instructions. Anyway, you guys were the ones who brought him up. And yet you don't hate him, Nyla says, tilting her head. In fact, I'd say you like him. I roll my eyes. I don't like him. Liar, she says, taking a sip of her cocktail. You're obsessed. I see the way you look at him. How do I look at him? I ask, crossing my arms. Like you want to climb him like a tree, Lori says, earning a round of laughter from everyone at the table except me. Y'all are ridiculous, I say, shaking my head. He's a patient. I'm his nurse. That's it. For now, Nyla says, wagging her eyebrows. I glare at her. Don't start. Okay, fine, she says, holding up her hands in mock surrender. But seriously, Ava, what's the problem? You clearly like him. And yeah, he's got that whole dangerous vibe going on, but he's also, like, vulnerable, right? Vulnerable? I repeat, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Nyla says, leaning forward. The tough ones always are. You said it yourself. He's been through a lot. And let's be real, you've got a soft spot for people like that. She's not wrong, Lori chimes in. You always go for the complicated cases. It's like your kryptonite. I let out a long sigh, running a hand through my curls. I don't go for anything. I'm just trying to do my job without losing my mind. Liam Morgan is hot, Nyla supplies. Frustrating, I correct, shooting her a look. And hot, she adds, grinning. I groan, taking a big sip of my drink. Okay, fine, he's hot, but he's also a walking disaster with a ton of baggage. And the last thing I need is to get caught up in whatever mess he's dragging around. True, Nyla says, nodding. But you know what else he is? Human. And he clearly trusts you, Ava. That's not nothing. I glance at her, my stomach twisting. She's right, damn it. Liam does trust me. Or at least, as much as a guy like him can trust anyone. And that trust is part of what's keeping me close, even when I know I should keep my distance. Look, Nyla says, her voice softening. I'm not saying you should jump into anything, but maybe don't write him off just because he's complicated. Sometimes complicated is worth it. And sometimes complicated blows up in your face. I counter, finishing my drink. That's true too, she says, laughing. Lori checks her watch and stands, stretching. All right, I'm out. Some of us have early shifts tomorrow. The rest of the group murmurs their goodbyes, leaving just me and Nyla in the booth. "You're overthinking it," she says, grabbing her coat. "Just take it one day at a time. And remember, you're allowed to care about people, Ava. It doesn't make you weak." I nod, her words settling somewhere deep in my chest. "Thanks, Nyla." "Anytime," she says, flashing me a warm smile. "Now go home and get some sleep. You've got a biker to deal with tomorrow." I laugh, shaking my head. "Good night, Nyla." "Night, Ava," she calls as she heads for the door. I sit there for a while after she leaves, nursing the last of my drink and staring at the condensation on the glass. Neela's right. I am overthinking it. But that doesn't change the fact that Liam Morgan is the kind of trouble I've been running from my whole life. And for some reason, I can't seem to stay away. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. And you can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Liam. Pain is a constant companion in physical therapy. It's the kind of pain that grinds at your will, like a cruel reminder of how broken you are. My leg feels like it's made of lead, every step a war between my stubbornness and my body's refusal to cooperate. "Come on, Liam," the therapist says, too cheerful for this hellish routine. "One more step. You've got this." "I've got nothing," I mutter through clenched teeth, gripping the parallel bars so hard my knuckles turn white. "This is stupid." "Language," she chides like I'm a damn toddler. "You're making great progress." I grunt in reply, my focus entirely on the burning ache in my leg. Just as I'm about to throw in the towel, the door swings open, and in walks Ava. She's got that look, sharp, confident, and just soft enough around the edges to make you want to listen. Her curls are tied back, and her scrubs somehow make her look professional and beautiful all at once. "How's he doing?" she asks, walking up to the therapist. "Stubborn as always," the therapist says, shaking her head. "But he's doing well. He just doesn't like to admit it." "Of course he doesn't," Ava says, smirking as she turns to me. "Morgan, you're a glutton for punishment." "Yeah, well, it's not like I've got a choice," I snap, glaring at her. Her smirk softens into something gentler. "You've got a choice. You can choose to push through, or you can choose to give up. What's it gonna be?" I hate how she does that. Makes everything sound so damn simple. But something in her voice pulls me back from the edge. I take a deep breath and nod. "Fine. Let's finish this." Ava steps in to help, her hand steadying my arm as I shuffle forward. Her touch is warm, grounding, and for the first time all day I feel like I'm not completely alone in this. "Good," she says softly, her voice encouraging without being patronizing. "One more step, you've got it." I grunt, gritting my teeth as I push through the pain. When I finally collapse into the wheelchair, my chest heaving, she's right there, her hand on my shoulder. "See?" she says, smiling. "Not so bad." I glare at her, but there's no real heat behind it. "Speak for yourself." She laughs, the sound low and rich, and for a moment the ache in my leg doesn't feel quite so unbearable. Back in my room, she helps me into bed, her movements careful but efficient. I can tell she's done this 100 times, but there's something about the way she does it for me, like she actually gives a damn. "You okay?" she asks, pulling the blanket up over my legs. "Peachy," I mutter, wincing as I shift to get comfortable. She rolls her eyes, grabbing a bottle of lotion from the cart. "Your muscles are probably tight as hell. Want me to work on them?" "Do I have a choice?" I ask, smirking faintly. "Not really," she says, pulling on gloves. "Now stop complaining and let me help." Her hands are firm but gentle as she massages my leg, working out the knots and easing the tension. The heat from her hands seeps into my muscles, and for the first time in what feels like forever, the pain starts to ebb. "You're good at this," I say, my voice softer than I intended. "Comes with the territory," she replies, not looking up. "But you're welcome." I watch her as she works, her focus entirely on me. There's a kindness in her touch that catches me off guard, like she's putting pieces of me back together one at a time. "Why do you care so much?" I ask, the question slipping out before I can stop it. She pauses, glancing up at me with those deep, warm eyes. "Because someone has to." The words hit me like a punch to the chest. I've spent so much time keeping people at arm's length, convincing myself I don't need anyone. But Ava, she's different. The moment is broken by the sound of the door swinging open. "Ava," Nyla says, walking in with her ever-present energy. "Oh, sorry, am I interrupting?" "Nope," Ava says quickly, pulling the blanket up over my legs. "We were just finishing up." Nyla grins, her gaze darting between us. "Well, don't let me stop you. I was just dropping off some meds." Ava stands, her movements a little too quick, and heads for the door. "I'll leave you to it. Liam, take it easy. And Nyla, try not to hover." "Hover me!" Nyla says, feigning innocence. As Ava leaves, I catch her glance back for just a second, her cheeks slightly flushed. Nyla sits on the edge of the bed, handing me a cup of water. "She likes you, you know. She's just doing her job," I say, but even I don't believe it. Nyla smirks, handing me the pills. "Sure she is." As she heads out, I lean back against the pillows, my legs still tingling from Ava's touch. For the first time in a long time, I feel something other than pain. I don't know what it is, but I think I want more of it. Chapter 9. Liam, the quiet in this place is maddening. For all the chaos out in the halls, machines beeping, people rushing around, it's the quiet in my room that gets to me. I stare at the ceiling, one hand draped over my chest, the other idly fiddling with the frayed edge of the blanket. The door creaks open and I glance over to see Nyla slip inside. Her energy is always bright, like she's got a battery pack full of sunshine hidden somewhere under her scrubs. She's carrying a tray with a couple of bottles of water and a pack of crackers. "Brought you something," she says, setting the tray on the side table. "I'm not a kid," I mutter, raising an eyebrow. "Really? Because you've been sulking like one all day," she shoots back, planting herself in the chair next to my bed. I huff out a laugh despite myself. "Fair enough. What do you want?" "Who says I want anything?" she says, unwrapping the crackers and popping one in her mouth. I narrow my eyes at her. "You didn't come in here just to hang out, Nurse Sunshine." She snickers. "Nurse Sunshine, I'll take it. But no, I came in here to talk. You're a tough nut to crack, Morgan." "Not really looking to be cracked," I reply, leaning back against the pillows. "Yeah, I figured," she says, her tone softening. "But that's kind of the problem, isn't it?" I glance at her, my jaw tightening. "What the hell's that supposed to mean?" "It means you've got walls so high I'm surprised you can see over them," she says, crossing her arms. "And before you ask, no, I'm not judging. I get it." "You get it?" I scoff. "What do you know about walls, Nurse Sunshine?" More than you think, she replies, her expression turning serious. You think being a new nurse is easy? That people just trust me because I show up in scrubs and flash a smile? I blink, caught off guard. Yeah, isn't that how it works? She shakes her head, leaning forward. Hell no. People see me, young, inexperienced, and black. They make assumptions. They question whether I know what I'm doing, whether I can handle the pressure. It's not just the patients. Sometimes it's the staff, too. I don't know what to say to that. But you know what I figured out? She continues, her voice steady. If I keep those walls up, if I don't let anyone see that I care, that I'm human, then I don't get anywhere. Vulnerability isn't weakness, Liam. It's what makes people trust you. I scoff, shaking my head. Trust's a double-edged sword. You trust the wrong person, you get stabbed in the back. True, she says, nodding. But shutting everyone out? That's not living. That's just surviving. Her words settle like a weight on my chest, and for a moment I can't meet her eyes. She's not wrong, but the idea of lowering my guard feels like walking into a trap. I've got my reasons, I say finally, my voice quieter. I'm sure you do, she replies, not pushing. But maybe it's time to ask yourself if those reasons are worth the cost. I glance at her, surprised by the shift in her tone. There's no judgment in her eyes, just understanding. You're not what I expected, I say, a faint smirk tugging at my lips. Yeah, I get that a lot, she says, grinning. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of her words hanging in the air. You ever screw it up? I ask finally. All the time, she says, laughing. But I'm still here, and I'm still trying. That's all anyone can do. I nod slowly, her words sinking in. Maybe she's right. Maybe surviving isn't enough anymore. Thanks, sunshine, I say, my voice gruff but sincere. Anytime, Morgan, she replies, standing and brushing crumbs off her scrubs. And for the record, Ava, she's a good one. You should think about letting her in. I snort, shaking my head. You're relentless. Damn right, she says, winking as she heads for the door. Rest up, you've got more therapy tomorrow. And I don't want to hear any whining. As the door swings shut, I let out a long breath, her words still buzzing in my head. Maybe it's time to stop running.
Chapter 10. Ava. The sound of Zeke Morgan's boots hitting the tile echoes down the hallway, long before he barrels into Liam's room. I catch sight of him through the open door as I'm updating Liam's chart at the nurse's station. His shoulders are tense, his face set in a scowl that could make a biker gang scatter. Great, just what I need. By the time I get to the door, Zeke's already mid-rant. You're not pushing him hard enough, he growls, his voice loud enough to make my teeth clench. He's not going to get better sitting on his butt all day. Liam, sitting propped up in bed, glares at his brother. I'm not sitting on my butt, Zeke. I'm doing everything they're telling me to do. Yeah? Well, maybe they're not telling you enough. Zeke snaps, his eyes cutting to me as I step into the room. You're his nurse, right? That's right, I say, crossing my arms. Zeke, Liam mutters, his voice low and warning. Stay out of this. Zeke snaps at him before turning back to me. Well, what's the plan here? You just gonna keep babying him until he wastes away in this bed? My patient snaps like a twig. Excuse me? You heard me, he says, stepping closer, his presence looming. From where I'm standing, it looks like you're more interested in checking boxes than actually getting him back on his feet. I let out a sharp laugh, shaking my head. You've got a lot of nerve coming in here and accusing me of not doing my job. You think I don't care about his recovery? That I'm not giving it my all? I think you're playing it too safe. Zeke fires back. Liam needs someone to push him, not coddle him. Coddle him? I repeat, my voice rising. Do you even know what he's been through? What his body's been through? If I push him too hard, he could end up worse off than he started. Zeke scoffs, his jaw tight. Sounds like an excuse. Before I can respond, Liam cuts in. Enough! His voice is loud, firm, and completely unexpected. Both Zeke and I turn to look at him. He's sitting up straighter now, his fists clenched on the blanket. Don't talk to her like that, Liam says, his voice low and deadly serious. Zeke raises an eyebrow, surprised. I'm trying to look out for you, man. And I appreciate it, Liam says, his tone softening just a fraction. But you don't get to come in here and act like she's not doing her job. Ava's been here every step of the way, making sure I don't completely screw myself over. So, back off. My stomach flips at the sound of my name on his lips, at the fierce way he's defending me. Zeke stares at him for a long moment before letting out a huff of air. You're serious about this? Dead serious, Liam replies, his blue eyes locked on his brother's. Zeke glances at me, his scowl softening just slightly. Fine. If you say she's good, I'll back off. But you'd better not be taking it easy on him. I don't take it easy on anyone, I say, my tone sharp. Which is why you need to screw off before I call security. Whatever, Zeke mutters, stepping toward the door. I'll be back later. Don't screw this up. The moment the door swings shut behind him, the tension in the room shifts. Liam leans back against the pillows, letting out a long breath. Sorry about that, he says, rubbing the back of his neck. Zeke's a lot. You don't say, I reply, my voice dry. Liam chuckles softly, glancing at me. Thanks for standing your ground. Not a lot of people do with him. I shrug, trying to play it off. I don't like bullies. Neither do I, he says, his gaze lingering on me for a beat too long. The room feels too small, too charged, and I suddenly need to break the moment. Well, I say, grabbing the clipboard from the foot of his bed. Let's hope he doesn't come back too soon. I've got enough on my plate without dealing with a Morgan family feud. Liam grins, his first real smile in days. Don't worry, I'll keep him in line. I roll my eyes, but I can't stop the faint smile tugging at my lips. Sure you will, tough guy. As I leave the room, my heart's beating just a little faster than it should be.
Chapter 11. Liam. It's been a few days since Zeke stormed in like a one-man army, and I'm feeling a hell of a lot better. Well, physically anyway. The ache in my leg is still there, but it's dulled to something manageable. The bandages are fewer, the painkillers are lighter, and the damn therapy sessions aren't making me want to throw things anymore. Progress. Right now, I'm in my bed, propped up with a book that I'm pretending to read. It's mostly for show because I know Ava and Nyla are due any minute to change my bandages and tidy the room. Sure enough, the door creaks open and the sound of their chatter drifts in. Morning, Ava says, walking in with Nyla on her heels. How's it going, Morgan? Better, I reply, setting the book aside. What are we fixing today? Your attitude, for starters, Ava quips, smirking. Good luck with that, Nyla says, laughing as she heads for the supply cart. I watch them move around the room, Ava's hands deft as she picks up a water bottle I left on the table and tosses it into the trash. Nyla hums a tune I don't recognize, organizing supplies like she's running a damn efficiency seminar. So, Ava says, pulling on gloves, let's see what we're dealing with. Her fingers brush against my arm as she adjusts the bandage near my shoulder, and I can't help the way my skin reacts. It's like every nerve in my body lights up, her touch both soft and sure, and it's infuriating how much I like it. You're staring, she says without looking up, her tone teasing. Am not, I reply, though my voice gives me away. Sure you're not, she says, smirking as she peels back the bandage. You know, she says after a moment. I'm about ready to strangle my dry cleaner. What'd they do? Nyla asks, glancing up from the counter where she's sorting gauze. They lost my favorite dress, Ava says, her voice tinged with frustration. It was black, had this sheer overlay and fit like a dream. I was saving it for something special, and now... gone. Seriously? Nyla says, frowning. How do you lose a dress? It's not like it's a sock in the dryer. Exactly, Ava says, shaking her head as she applies fresh ointment to my wound. And they had the nerve to charge me full price for the cleaning. Oh, we're so sorry, Miss Carter, she mimics in a nasal tone. But these things happen. I chuckle, wincing slightly as the bandage tightens. Sounds like they need to be taught a lesson. Oh, don't tempt me, Ava says, glaring at me playfully. You've got that murdery look in your eye, Nyla says, laughing. Let's just hope they find the dress before you go full vigilante on them. Maybe, Ava mutters, stepping back to inspect her work. But if they don't, they're going to regret ever crossing me. I'll bring popcorn, Nyla says, grinning as she hands Ava a fresh set of gloves. Their conversation drifts to other topics, but I can't get past the way Ava's fingers feel against my skin. Cool and precise, with just the right amount of pressure. She moves with this quiet confidence that makes it hard to look anywhere else. By the time they finish tidying up the room and changing the bandages, I'm almost disappointed it's over. There, Ava says, pulling off her gloves. Good as new. Thanks, Doc, I say, smirking. Nurse, she corrects automatically, rolling her eyes. Whatever you say, I reply, leaning back against the pillows with my good arm propped behind my head. Come on, Nyla, Ava says, grabbing the trash bag. Let's leave him to his book. You mean the book he hasn't turned a page of in 3 days? Nyla says, laughing. Hey, I say, pretending to be offended. They both laugh as they head for the door, their voices fading as they disappear down the hall. Once they're gone, the quiet settles in again, but this time it's different. Ava's words echo in my head, and a thought starts to take root. I reach for my phone, the burner one Zeke left me before his last visit. It's basic. No bells, no whistles, but it'll get the job done. Scrolling through the short contact list, I find the name I'm looking for. Jake, one of my guys. He's reliable, resourceful, and knows how to get things done without asking too many questions. The phone rings twice before he picks up. Yo, boss, Jake says, his voice rough but friendly. What's up? I need a favor, I say, keeping my voice low. Name it. I glance at the door, my mind already racing. You still know that guy who runs the dry cleaning place on Main? Jake pauses. Yeah. Why? A grin spreads across my face as I lean back against the pillows. I'll tell you later, just make a call for me.
Chapter 12. Ava, the day starts like any other. Rounds, chart updates, and the smell of hospital-grade coffee that somehow manages to be both burnt and weak. I'm halfway through my shift, juggling paperwork and trying not to think about Liam Morgan, when the dry cleaning guy walks into the ER like he owns the place. I blink, completely caught off guard. He's carrying a garment bag slung over one arm and looking nervous as hell, like he's not used to delivering clothes to trauma nurses during their shifts. Miss Carter? He asks, glancing around until his eyes land on me. I frown, setting my clipboard down. Yeah, that's me. What's this about? He steps closer, holding out the garment bag with a sheepish smile. I, wanted to apologize for the mix-up with your dress. We couldn't find the original, so we replaced it with a new one. Same brand, same style. I stare at him, speechless. Wait, what? And, he adds quickly like he's afraid I'll yell at him. Your dry cleaning is on the house from now on. For life? No charge. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. I take the garment bag, completely thrown off. The weight of it feels luxurious, the kind of quality fabric I only splurge on when I'm feeling reckless. I peek inside, and sure enough, it's the exact same dress. Black, sheer overlay, and just as stunning as the one I lost, if not better. This is brand new, I say, glancing up at him. Of course, he says, nodding earnestly. It's the least we could do after the mistake. I'm about to ask him what the hell kind of dry cleaner replaces a dress like this without a fight when my eye catches movement down the hall. Liam's standing at his door, leaning casually against the frame with his arms crossed and that infuriating smirk on his face. The dry cleaner follows my gaze and immediately stiffens. Well, I'll let you get back to it, he says, practically backing away. Thanks for your business, Miss Carter. Wait a second, I start, but he's already halfway to the exit. My eyes snap back to Liam, who's still watching me like he's the cat that swallowed the canary. As the dry cleaner disappears around the corner, Liam tilts his head ever so slightly in his direction, his smirk widening. Oh, hell no. I march over to his room, garment bag still in hand. Morgan, I say, my voice sharp as I step inside. You had something to do with this, didn't you? He shrugs, his smirk never faltering. No idea what you're talking about. Nonsense, I snap, crossing my arms. He looked like he was about to piss himself when he saw you. Maybe I've got one of those faces, he says, his voice dripping with faux innocence. I narrow my eyes at him, stepping closer. Don't play dumb with me. You called someone, didn't you? You strong-armed a dry cleaner over a dress. I didn't strong-arm anyone, he replies. His tone almost offended. I just suggested he fix his mistake. Suggested, I repeat, raising an eyebrow. And what exactly did that suggestion involve? He grins, his blue eyes twinkling with mischief. Just a little friendly persuasion. Nothing illegal, I promise. Unbelievable, I mutter, shaking my head. You can't just go around intimidating people to solve my problems, Liam. Why not? He asks, his grin softening. You were pissed about the dress. Now you're not. Problem solved. I stare at him, torn between annoyance and something else, something warm and unsettling that makes my heart beat just a little faster. He's so damn cocky, so infuriatingly sure of himself. And yet, the thought of him going out of his way to fix this for me, it's kind of sweet. In his own reckless, over-the-top way. You're impossible, I say finally, trying to keep my voice stern. And you're welcome, he replies, leaning back against the pillows. You'll look amazing in that dress, by the way. My cheeks heat, and I hate how much his words affect me. You're lucky I don't strangle you with this garment bag. He laughs, low and rough, and it sends a shiver down my spine. Go ahead, I'd probably deserve it. I sigh, shaking my head as I head for the door. Stay out of trouble, Morgan. No promises, he calls after me, his voice full of laughter. As I walk down the hall, the warmth in my chest lingers, despite my best efforts to ignore it. Liam Morgan is nothing but trouble, and yet somehow I can't bring myself to stay mad at him.
Chapter 13. Liam. The hospital is quiet for once. It's one of those rare stretches where the chaos settles into a manageable hum, and I'm left with nothing but my thoughts, and the sight of Ava walking into my room. She's got that determined look on her face, clipboard in one hand, gloves in the other. All business. But me, I'm feeling better than I have in weeks, and that means I'm in the mood to stir the pot. Back again? I say, leaning back against the pillows. Can't stay away, huh? Someone has to make sure you're not undoing all my hard work, she replies, barely glancing at me as she sets the clipboard down and snaps on a pair of gloves. And it's literally my job. Admit it, I say, smirking. You'd miss me if I left. Miss the paperwork, maybe, she says, rolling her eyes. Now, sit up so I can check your stitches. I sit up slowly, making a show of wincing, even though it doesn't hurt that much anymore. She steps closer, her hands steady as she examines the bandages on my shoulder. "Careful," I murmur, my voice dropping. "You might make me think you care." She doesn't even blink. "I care about keeping you out of trouble, Morgan. That's it. That's it," I ask, arching an eyebrow. "Come on, Ava, you don't have to pretend with me." "Pretend what?" she asks, tilting her head as she peels back the bandage. "That you like me," I say, grinning. She snorts, shaking her head. "You're delusional. And you're deflecting," I shoot back. She pauses, her fingers hovering just above my skin, and for a second, I think I've got her. But then she shakes her head, her curls bouncing. "You've got a lot of confidence for someone who can barely walk," she says, pressing the fresh bandage into place. "I've got enough confidence for the both of us," I reply, leaning closer. "Admit it. You think about me when you're not here." She steps back, pulling off her gloves with a snap. "I think about how much work it's going to take to get you discharged without you screwing it all up." "Ouch," I say, clutching my chest. "That hurts, Ava." "Good," she says, smirking as she tosses the gloves in the trash. She moves to the counter, scribbling something on her clipboard, and I can't help but watch her. The way she moves, confident, efficient, and completely unaffected, is magnetic. "You're cute when you're bossy," I say, unable to resist. "Save it, Morgan," she replies without looking up. "Come on," I say, leaning back with a grin. "What's it going to take to get you to admit you like me?" She turns to face me, crossing her arms. "We're not doing this." "Doing what?" I ask innocently. "This," she says, gesturing between us. "Whatever game you think you're playing, it's not happening." "Who said it's a game?" I ask, my smirk softening. "Maybe I'm serious." Her expression falters for just a second before she schools it back into something neutral. "Liam, you're my patient. That's all this is." "And if I wasn't your patient?" I ask, my voice low. She hesitates, and for a moment I see something in her eyes. Something she doesn't want me to see. But then she shakes her head. "That's not the point," she says firmly. "This is professional, nothing more." "Professional, huh?" I say, my grin returning. "Then why are you blushing?" "I'm not blushing," she snaps, turning back to the clipboard. "You are," I tease, leaning forward. "Come on, Ava, you can't lie to me. I'm too good at reading people." She glares at me, but there's no real heat in it. "You're impossible." "And you're avoiding the question," I reply. "There's no question to answer," she says, her voice sharp. "You're a patient, Liam. End of story." I lean back, letting out a low chuckle. "For now." She narrows her eyes at me. "Don't push your luck." "Luck's the only thing I've got," I say, smirking. She rolls her eyes again, grabbing her clipboard and heading for the door. "Take it easy, Morgan, and try not to flirt with anyone else on your way out of here." "Not a chance," I call after her, watching as she disappears into the hallway. As the door clicks shut, I lean back against the pillows, my grin fading into something softer. She might think she's got walls I can't get through, but I've seen the cracks, and I'm damn sure not giving up now.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 14. Ava. Cornelius Thomas's house feels like stepping into another world. It's warm, lived in, and filled with the smell of something freshly baked, probably the cookies Nyla mentioned in passing earlier. The walls are lined with family photos, books, and little knickknacks that tell stories I'd probably love to hear if I wasn't so deep in my own head. I'm here to pick Nyla up for our long overdue girls' night, but instead, I find myself standing in the kitchen with Cornelius, watching him carefully pour 2 mugs of tea. He's got this calmness about him, the kind that makes you want to sit and spill your guts, even if you didn't plan to. "You seem tense," he says, sliding a mug toward me and taking a seat at the table. His eyes are sharp but kind, like he's sizing me up and already knows exactly what's on my mind. I let out a dry laugh, wrapping my hands around the mug. Tense is an understatement. It's been a long week. "Work or personal?" he asks, his tone casual but knowing. "Both," I admit, sighing, "but mostly personal." He nods, taking a slow sip of his tea. "Nyla mentioned there's someone you're spending a lot of time with at the hospital." "Did she now?" I say, narrowing my eyes. "She talks too much." "Runs in the family?" he says, smiling. "But she's got a good read on people. She says you're struggling with something. Or someone." I stare down at my tea, the steam curling upward like it's trying to pull my thoughts out of me. "There's this guy," I say finally, my voice low. "He's complicated." "Aren't they all?" Cornelius replies, chuckling softly. "No, I mean, really complicated," I say, shaking my head. "He's stubborn, frustrating, and, God help me, too damn handsome for his own good." "Ah," Cornelius says, leaning back in his chair. "The kind that gets under your skin and stays there." I let out a groan, pressing my palms to my face. "Exactly. And the worst part is, he's a patient. I shouldn't even be thinking about him like this." "But you are," he says simply, no judgment in his tone. I nod, my hands dropping to the table. He's got this way of pulling me in. He flirts like it's his second job, but there's more to him than that. He's been through a lot, more than he lets on. And the way he looks at me sometimes, I trail off, shaking my head. It's like he sees me in a way no one else does. Cornelius watches me for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "You care about him." "It's not that simple," I say quickly, though even I don't believe it. "Things rarely are," he says, his voice steady. "But let me ask you this. What's stopping you? Really?" I open my mouth to answer, but nothing comes out. The truth is, I don't know. Fear? Rules? The idea that getting involved with someone like Liam could end in disaster? Probably all of the above. "I guess I don't want to risk everything," I say finally. "He's dangerous, Cornelius. Not in the traditional sense, but his life is messy. And I've spent so much time trying to keep mine together." Cornelius nods slowly, like he's letting my words settle before responding. "You know, Ava, life isn't about keeping everything neat and tidy. It's about living, taking chances, trusting your gut." "That's easy for you to say," I reply, giving him a wry smile. "You've got it all figured out." He chuckles, shaking his head. "Oh, honey, I'm still figuring it out every day. But if there's one thing I've learned in all my years, it's that the things that scare us the most are often the things worth pursuing. Even if it means risking everything, I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Especially then, he says, his gaze warm and unwavering. Because the things we hold back from are usually the things we need the most. The real question is, what's more important to you? Playing it safe or seeing where this could go? I stare at him, his words hitting me harder than I want to admit. He's right. Of course he's right, but that doesn't make it any easier. Thanks, Cornelius, I say after a moment, my voice softer. You always know how to cut through the noise. It's a gift, he says, grinning. Now, don't tell Nyla I gave you the pep talk. She'll never let me hear the end of it. Your secret's safe with me, I say, laughing as I stand. I'll go grab her so we can head out. As I walk down the hall to find Nyla, Cornelius's words stay with me. Maybe I've been playing it too safe for too long. Maybe Liam is dangerous in all the ways that matter. But maybe, just maybe, that's not such a bad thing after all. Chapter 15. Ava. The moment I step into Liam's room, I can feel the tension thick enough to cut with a scalpel. Zeke is already there, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his eyes sharp and cold as they track me. He's like a storm cloud, all dark energy and barely contained anger, and I'm not in the mood. Morning, I say briskly, moving to the counter to grab Liam's chart. Zeke doesn't respond. Typical. Whatever happened to I like her? Liam's sitting on the bed, looking mildly annoyed but not surprised. Ignore him, he says, waving a hand in Zeke's direction. He's in one of his moods. I'm not in a mood, Zeke snaps, his eyes narrowing. I'm just wondering why the hell your nurse spends so much time in here. I freeze, my hand hovering over the chart. Excuse me? You heard me, Zeke says, stepping away from the wall. Every time I show up, you're here. What's that about? You got some kind of personal interest in my brother? Zeke, Liam growls, his tone warning. No, let him talk, I say, turning to face Zeke fully. My pulse is already climbing and not in a good way. What exactly are you trying to say? I'm saying I don't get why you're so invested, Zeke replies, his voice low and sharp. You're his nurse, right? So why the special treatment? Special treatment? I repeat, incredulous. You think I'm giving him special treatment because I'm doing my job? You're spending more time in here than you do with any other patient, Zeke says, his eyes narrowing. It's not a good look. A good look, I echo, my frustration bubbling over. Are you kidding me? I'm here because Liam needs someone who actually gives a damn about whether or not he recovers. Or would you rather I just slap on a bandage and walk away? You're missing the point, Zeke says, his voice rising. Liam doesn't need distractions right now. He needs to focus on getting better. And from where I'm standing, you're just getting in the way. Distraction? I snap, stepping closer. I'm the reason he's as far along in his recovery as he is. While you're busy brooding in the corner, I'm actually helping him. Isn't that what you were just throwing a fit about the other day? Throwing a fit? What are you, 5? And are you really helping? Zeke counters, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Or are you just trying to play hero? You like having someone who depends on you. Is that it? Zeke? Liam snaps, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. That's enough. But I'm already stepping toe-to-toe with Zeke, my frustration boiling over. You don't get to question my intentions. You don't know me, and you sure as hell don't know what I've done for Liam. Zeke glares down at me, his jaw tight. I know enough to see what's happening here. You're too close. And what about you? I fire back, my voice rising. You're so busy acting like the protective big brother that you can't see what Liam actually needs. He doesn't need you second-guessing everyone who tries to help him. He needs support, not this macho crap. For a second, the room goes silent, the tension crackling between us like electricity. Then Zeke takes a step back, his face hard, but his eyes uncertain. "I'm just trying to make sure he's okay," he mutters, his voice softer now. "And so am I say firmly. Believe it or not, we're on the same side." Liam lets out a low chuckle, breaking the tension. "You know, this would be a lot more entertaining if I wasn't stuck in this bed." "Shut up, Liam," Zeke and I say at the same time, which makes him laugh harder. Zeke rubs a hand over his face, letting out a heavy sigh. "Fine, I'll back off, for now." "Good," I say, crossing my arms. "Because the last thing Liam needs is you making his recovery harder. And the last thing I want to do is listen to you being jerk while I'm trying to do my job." Zeke doesn't reply, just nods stiffly before heading for the door. He pauses for a moment, glancing back at Liam. "Take care of yourself, man." "You too," Liam replies, his tone surprisingly soft. When the door closes behind Zeke, I let out a long breath, the adrenaline slowly draining from my body. Liam's watching me, his blue eyes filled with something I can't quite read. "Thanks," he says quietly, for standing up to him. "Someone's got to," I reply, grabbing the clipboard again. "He's a pain in the butt." "Yeah," Liam says, grinning faintly. "But so are you." I roll my eyes, but I can't help the small smile tugging at my lips. "You're impossible." "And you're stubborn," he counters, his grin widening. "Guess that makes us even." I shake my head, turning back to the chart, but my heart's still racing. Zeke's words linger in the back of my mind, but for the first time, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Chapter 16. Liam. The hospital cafeteria isn't exactly a 5-star joint, but after weeks of eating nothing but mushy hospital food in bed, it might as well be heaven. I limp my way to a corner table, tray in hand, feeling the eyes of half the room on me. It's not every day you see a battered biker in a hospital gown and sweats making his way through the line like a regular Joe. The coffee smells like it's been burning for hours, but I don't care. It's hot, black, and I didn't have to beg someone to bring it to me. I sit down slowly, trying not to groan as my leg protests the movement. I glance toward the doors just as Ava walks in, looking around like she's wondering what the hell she's doing here. Her curls are loose today, framing her face in a way that makes her look softer than usual. Not that I'd ever tell her that. She spots me and makes her way over, her expression carefully neutral. "This better be good," she says, sliding into the seat across from me. I don't take my breaks lightly, Morgan. "Relax, Nurse Bossy," I say, smirking as I take a sip of the bitter coffee. "I thought you could use a break from hovering over me like a damn hawk." She rolls her eyes, grabbing the cup of tea she brought with her. "I hover because you're a pain. So what's this about? You don't seem like the let's grab coffee and chat type." I chuckle, shaking my head. "Yeah, well, don't get used to it. I just figured I owe you." She raises an eyebrow. "For what?" "For saving my sorry butt," I say, leaning back in the chair. "And for not killing Zeke when he pulled his macho routine." Her lips twitch like she's trying not to smile. "You're welcome. But you didn't drag me down here just to say thanks, did you?" I let out a long breath, running a hand through my hair. "No, I didn't." Her expression shifts, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Okay, so what's up?" I glance around the cafeteria, making sure no one's paying attention. Then I lean forward, lowering my voice. "My accident. It wasn't an accident." She frowns, setting her tea down. "What do you mean?" "I mean, someone ran me off the road," I say, my voice flat. "On purpose." Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't say anything, just waits for me to continue. It's not the first time either, I admit, my jaw tightening. There's this crew. Dawson's guys. We've had beef for months now. He's been trying to take over our routes, poaching business that's not his to take. And you're... what? Part of some biker gang turf war? She asks, her voice sharp but not judgmental. It's not like that, I say, shaking my head. We don't deal in drugs or guns or any of that stuff. We run a custom garage, legit work. But Dawson, he doesn't care about legit. He wants control, and he'll do whatever it takes to get it. Even kill you, she says quietly. Yeah, I reply, my voice grim. Even that. She leans back in her chair, staring at me like she's trying to figure me out. Why didn't you tell me this before? What was I supposed to say? I ask, frustration creeping into my tone. Hey, by the way, Nurse Carter, I've got a bunch of jerks gunning for me. You mind checking my vitals real quick? Liam, she says, her voice soft but firm. You're in danger. You should have said something. I'm always in danger, I say, shrugging. Comes with the territory, but I didn't want to drag you into it. You didn't drag me into anything, she says, leaning forward. I'm already here, Liam, whether you like it or not. Her words hit harder than I expect, and for a second I don't know what to say. I look down at the table, my fingers drumming against the edge of my coffee cup. It's not your fight, I say finally, my voice low. Maybe not, she replies. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to stand by and let you handle it alone. I glance up at her, surprised by the fierceness in her voice. You're stubborn, you know that? Takes one to know one, she says, smirking. I chuckle, shaking my head. You're gonna regret getting involved with me, Ava. Maybe, she says, her eyes locking on mine. But that's my choice to make, isn't it? The tension between us is thick enough to choke on, and for a moment, all I can do is stare at her. This woman, this smart, beautiful, impossible woman, is more dangerous than any rival gang could ever be. Thanks for the coffee, she says, breaking the moment as she stands. And the honesty. Try not to get yourself killed, Morgan. No promises, I say, watching her walk away. As the door swings shut behind her, I let out a long breath, the weight of the conversation settling in my chest. I've been fighting this battle alone for so long. I don't know how to let anyone in. But Ava, she's not giving me much of a choice.
Chapter 17. Ava. I pace back and forth in the break room, the cheap tiles squeaking under my sneakers. Liam's words replay in my head like a broken record. It wasn't an accident. Someone ran me off the road. I've dealt with messy situations before. Patients with sketchy stories. The occasional family drama spilling into the ER. But this is next level. I glance at my phone on the table. The police department's non-emergency number staring back at me. All it would take is one call. One call to let someone else handle this. Someone trained to deal with rival biker gangs and the crap that comes with them. But then I picture Liam's face, those piercing blue eyes, the way his voice dropped when he admitted what was really going on. He trusted me with this. Mr. Ann reporting it feels like a betrayal I'm not sure I could come back from. You look like you're about to fight someone, Nyla says, walking in with a coffee in hand. What's going on? I sigh, dropping into a chair and running a hand over my face. It's complicated. Complicated how? She asks, plopping down across from me. Patient stuff, I say, waving it off, but she doesn't take the bait. This patient wouldn't happen to be a certain broody biker, would it? She asks, raising an eyebrow. I glare at her, but there's no heat behind it. Maybe. Nyla grins. I knew it. What did he do now? It's not what he did, I say, leaning back in my chair. It's what he told me. Okay, she says, setting her coffee down. Spill. I hesitate, my chest tightening. Heat, He told me his accident wasn't an accident. Someone ran him off the road, on purpose. Nyla's eyes widen. Wait, what? Are you serious? Dead serious, I say, my voice flat. Holy moly, she whispers, sitting back. That's intense. Did he say who did it? Some rival gang, I say, shrugging. Apparently, there's been beef between them for a while. Damn, Nyla says, shaking her head. That's messy. Are you going to tell someone? I don't know. I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. I feel like I should, but... But? She prompts, leaning forward. But he trusted me, I say, meeting her gaze. And if I go running to the cops, that trust is gone. I don't think I can do that to him. Nyla studies me for a moment, her expression thoughtful. Ava, I get it. But you also have to think about what happens if you don't say anything. What if this gang comes after him again? Or worse, someone else gets caught in the crossfire. I know, I say, groaning as I drop my head into my hands. But it's not that simple. Liam's not the kind of guy who lets people in easily. If I betray him now, he'll shut down completely. And you don't want to be the reason he shuts down, Nyla says softly. No, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. She nods slowly, her coffee forgotten. Okay, so don't report it. But you need to figure out how to protect him. And yourself. I know, I say, letting out a long sigh. I need time to think. Well, don't take too long, she says, her tone gentle but firm. This isn't the kind of thing you can ignore. I sit there long after Nyla leaves, staring at my phone and weighing the options in my head. Calling the cops feels like the logical choice, the safe choice. But when it comes to Liam, logic doesn't seem to matter. In the end, I shove the phone back into my pocket and stand. For better or worse, I'm keeping his secret.
Chapter 18. Liam. The therapy room is quiet except for the soft squeak of the resistance bands and the occasional grunt of pain I can't hold back. Physical therapy is brutal. Every stretch, every step, a reminder of how far I still have to go. Ava's here like always, standing by the door with her arms crossed, watching me like a hawk. It's not her shift, but she's here anyway, and that does something to me. She doesn't say much, but I can feel her presence, steady and grounding, like she's daring me to quit. All right, Liam, the therapist says, her cheerful voice grating against my nerves. One more set and we'll call it a day. I nod, gritting my teeth as I lean into the stretch. My leg feels like it's on fire, the muscles screaming with every inch of movement. You're doing great, Ava says, her voice cutting through the fog of pain. Yeah, well, I grunt, pushing harder. I don't feel great. You don't have to feel great to be making progress, she replies, stepping closer. Just keep going. By the time I finish, I'm drenched in sweat, my leg trembling as I collapse into the wheelchair. The therapist gives me a thumbs up before heading out, leaving me alone with Ava. She grabs a towel from the counter and hands it to me without a word. Thanks, I mutter, wiping my face. You okay? She asks, crouching next to the chair. I let out a bitter laugh. Fine, okay. You're alive, you're healing, and you're doing the work, she says, her tone steady. That's more than most people can say. I glance at her, her dark eyes full of something I can't quite name. Compassion? Determination? Hell, maybe both. You don't sugarcoat anything, do you? Nope, she says, smirking. Not my style. I chuckle softly, shaking my head. You're something else, Ava. So are you, she says, her voice softer now. You've been through hell, Liam. But you're still here. That counts for something. Yeah, but for how long? I mutter, looking away. Her brow furrows and she leans in closer. What's that supposed to mean? I shrug, my chest tightening. I don't know. Feels like everything I touch turns to crap. Maybe it's better if I keep people at a distance. Whatever, she says, her tone sharp. You're just scared. I glare at her, but she doesn't flinch. And what if I am? Then own it, she says. Stop pretending you've got it all figured out. Nobody does. But shutting people out, that's not strength, Liam. That's just fear wearing a mask. Her words hit me harder than I want to admit. And for a moment, I can't meet her eyes. You make it sound so easy, I say finally, my voice low. It's not, she says, her tone softening, but it's worth it. I sit there, staring at the floor as her words settle in my chest like a weight I'm not sure I can carry. She's right. I know she's right, but that doesn't make it any easier. You deserve better, I say quietly, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Better than what? She asks, frowning. Better than me, I reply, meeting her gaze. You've got your life together, Ava. You've got a future, a career. You're the kind of person who makes the world better just by being in it. Me? I'm just a guy who got lucky enough not to die. That's not true, she says, her voice firm. You're more than that, Liam. You just don't see it yet. I shake my head, letting out a bitter laugh. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? She asks, standing and crossing her arms. I see you, Liam. I see someone who's been through hell and is still fighting. Someone who cares more than he lets on. Someone who's worth a hell of a lot. More than he thinks. Her words cut through me like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. I want to believe her, but I can't shake the voice in my head telling me she's wrong. Thanks for the pep talk, I say, my voice gruff. But we both know this doesn't end well. Maybe it doesn't, she says, her eyes locking on mine. But you don't get to decide that for me. I stare at her, my chest tight, and for a moment I wonder if maybe, just maybe, she's right. Come on, she says, her tone lighter now. Let's get you back to your room before you start waxing poetic about how doomed you are. I laugh despite myself, shaking my head as she grabs the wheelchair handles. You're impossible, you know that? And you're stubborn, she says, smirking. Guess that makes us even. As she wheels me back to my room, I can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, this woman sees something in me worth saving. But that doesn't mean I deserve it.
Chapter 19. Ava. Cornelius Thomas has this way of making you feel like you've walked into a movie scene. One of those cozy, heartfelt ones where the wise older character gives the protagonist advice that changes everything. His house feels like a warm hug, and tonight, the faint smell of stew bubbling on the stove wraps around me as I step into the kitchen. Back again, Cornelius says, glancing up from the table where he's slicing a loaf of bread. His sharp eyes twinkle with amusement. I'm starting to think you like my cooking more than my company. I laugh, shaking my head. Your cooking's good, but I'm here for the wisdom. He chuckles, setting the knife down and gesturing for me to sit. Well then, sit yourself down and tell me what's on your mind. I slide into the chair across from him, fiddling with the edge of my sweater. It's complicated. It always is, he says, pouring 2 cups of tea and sliding one over to me. But complicated doesn't mean unsolvable. I hesitate, my chest tightening. It's about Liam. Of course it is, he says, smirking as he leans back in his chair. That boy's got you all twisted up, doesn't he? It's not like that, I start, but his raised eyebrow stops me mid-sentence. Oh, it's exactly like that, he says, grinning. So, what's the problem? I let out a long sigh, staring into the steaming tea. Everything about him is messy. His life, his past, the people chasing him, and me. I've spent my whole life trying to keep things clean, controlled. Cornelius hums thoughtfully, his expression softening. Let me ask you something, Ava. When was the last time you did something messy? I blink, caught off guard. I don't know. I've always been careful. My job, my relationships, everything. Messy doesn't work in my world. Doesn't work? Or you're afraid of it? He asks, leaning forward. Because let me tell you, life is messy. Love especially is messy as hell. Yeah, but I trail off, shaking my head. What if it's not worth it? What if it all falls apart? Cornelius smiles, a faint sadness flickering across his face. Let me tell you a story. I lean back, wrapping my hands around the warm mug, waiting. When I was a young man, I met the love of my life, he says, his voice taking on a softer tone. Vivian. She was fire and light, all wrapped up in this fierce, no-nonsense package. She scared the hell out of me, if I'm being honest. I smile faintly, imagining him as a younger version of himself, standing awestruck before a woman like that. What happened? She turned my life upside down, he says, chuckling. I had plans, simple, safe plans. But Vivian, she wasn't having any of it. She pushed me, challenged me, made me question everything I thought I wanted. And you know what? It was the best damn thing that ever happened to me. I raise an eyebrow. That sounds nice, but it doesn't mean it was easy. Oh, it wasn't, he says, shaking his head. We fought like cats and dogs sometimes. Money was tight, and raising a family wasn't exactly smooth sailing. But every time I thought about giving up, I remembered one thing. Nothing worth having comes without risk. I grip the mug tighter. And you don't regret it? Not for a second, he says, his gaze steady. Because the love we built, the family we raised, that's what made the messy parts worth it. Without her, my life would have been clean and empty. With her, it was chaotic, beautiful, and full. I swallow hard, his words settling somewhere deep in my chest. I don't know if I'm that brave. Cornelius reaches across the table, his hand warm and solid on mine. Bravery isn't about not being scared, Ava. It's about doing it anyway. I stare at him, my throat tight, and nod slowly. Thanks, Cornelius. I needed that. He smiles, patting my hand before sitting back. Now go on. You've got a chance to make your own kind of messy, beautiful chaos. Don't waste it. As I drive home later that night, his words replay in my head, mingling with memories of Liam's smirk, his laughter, and the way his walls cracked just enough to let me in. Maybe Cornelius is right. Maybe messy isn't so bad after all.
Chapter 20. Liam. The day's been quiet. Too quiet. I'm starting to think the hospital's run out of ways to torture me when the door creaks open. And there she is. Ava. She walks in with her usual swagger, clipboard in hand, her curls pulled back just enough to show off the curve of her jaw. I've spent a lot of time staring at that jaw lately. Probably too much. Morning, Morgan, she says, smirking as she sets the clipboard on the counter. Ready for your daily dose of humility? I chuckle, leaning back against the pillows. Bring it on, Nurse Bossy. I can take whatever you throw at me. She raises an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Oh, really? 'Cause yesterday you were whining about a little stretch, like a kid who didn't want to eat his vegetables. That wasn't whining, I protest, smirking. That was tactical complaining. There's a difference. Sure there is, she says, rolling her eyes as she steps closer. Her hands are warm and steady as she checks the bandage on my arm. I don't know how she does it. Makes something as mundane as changing a bandage feel like the most important thing in the world. You're in a good mood today, she notes, glancing up at me. Maybe it's because you're here, I reply, grinning. She snorts, shaking her head. You're such a flirt. Is it working? I ask, tilting my head. Nope, she says, but there's a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. We fall into this easy rhythm of banter, her sharp comebacks meeting my teasing head on. It's like a dance, one I didn't know I could enjoy this much. So, when are you going to admit it? I ask, watching her closely. She pauses, her fingers hovering over the edge of the bandage. Admit what? That you like me, I say, my voice dropping slightly. She laughs softly, shaking her head. Well, I don't like you, she says, but her voice is lighter now, teasing. Keep telling yourself that, Ava, I reply, smirking. She finishes with the bandage and steps back, crossing her arms. You're lucky I don't charge extra for dealing with your ego. I'm worth it, I say, holding her gaze. For a moment, the room goes quiet, and something shifts in the air. She doesn't move, doesn't break eye contact, and then, to my surprise, she reaches out and grabs my hand. Her fingers are warm and soft, and she squeezes just enough to let me know she means it. You're a pain in the butt, Morgan, she says quietly. Yeah, I reply, my voice softening. But you like me anyway. She doesn't answer, just squeezes my hand one more time before letting go. I'll see you later, she says, grabbing her clipboard and heading for the door. As the door swings shut behind her, I can't help the grin spreading across my face. She likes me. She won't say it out loud, but I know it now. And for the first time in a long time, I feel good. The moment's ruined by the buzz of my phone. I grab it from the bedside table, my stomach twisting when I see Jake's name on the screen. Jake, I say, my voice immediately tense. What's up? We've got a problem, he says, his tone grim. Dawson's crew is on the move. Word is, they're heading to the hospital. My heart drops, the good mood vanishing like smoke. You're sure? Positive, Jake replies. You need to get out of there, Liam. Now. I glance at the door, my mind racing. How many? Don't know, he says. But they're not coming to chat. I grit my teeth, my grip tightening on the phone. All right, I'll handle it. Handle it how? Jake snaps. You're half crippled in a hospital bed. Just get here as fast as you can, I say, ending the call before he can argue. I sit there for a moment, my chest tight, staring at the door. This isn't just about me anymore. If Dawson's crew is coming, they're bringing trouble. And the people here, Ava, they're in the line of fire. I'm not letting that happen.
Chapter 21. Ava. The view from the staff lounge window is usually just a blur of parked cars, delivery trucks, and the occasional ambulance pulling in, but today, it looks like something out of a damn action movie. Nyla and I stand shoulder to shoulder, peering out at the growing scene below. Lori's behind us, her arms crossed and her expression full of the skepticism she wears like armor. What the hell is going on down there? Nyla mutters, squinting as a group of men on motorcycles rolls into the parking lot. Their presence is impossible to miss. Big guys, leather jackets, tattoos, and an energy that practically screams don't screw with us. They park in a line near the front entrance, engines rumbling before shutting off in unison. The noise alone draws attention, nurses and patients alike stopping to stare through the hospital's big glass windows. That's gotta be Liam's crew, I say quietly, though my stomach twists at the confirmation. I should know that, but I do. Liam's crew? Lori repeats, stepping up beside us. What, like his little biker gang? They're not little, Nyla says, her voice low. Look at them. They're like something out of a Netflix show. I can't argue with her. One of the men, tall, broad, with a beard that makes him look like a Viking, steps forward, barking orders at the others. They fan out across the parking lot, standing like sentries, their eyes scanning the area like they're expecting trouble. And then, like clockwork, trouble shows up. A group of cars pulls in, sleek and dark, their engines growling as they come to a stop near the back of the lot. Dawson's crew. Even from up here, I can feel the shift in the air, the tension, the way the bikers stiffen and square their shoulders as if ready for war. Damn, Lori mutters, gripping the back of a chair. This isn't normal. This isn't hospital drama. This is... I don't even know what this is. It's dangerous, Nyla says, her voice tight. What the hell have we gotten ourselves into? They're not here for us, I say, my voice firmer than I feel. They're here for Liam. Great, Lori says, throwing up her hands, because that's so much better. You know, Ava, you have a real knack for picking complicated situations. I glare at her, but Nyla cuts in before I can respond. Look, she says, pointing out the window. Something's happening. The Viking-looking guy steps forward, his stance calm but unyielding. He says something to the men getting out of the cars, his hands loose at his sides but ready. Dawson's guys hesitate, looking between him and the other bikers, clearly sizing them up. It's a standoff, pure and simple. This is insane. Nyla whispers. Are they really about to fight in a hospital parking lot? They're not stupid, I say, though my heart is pounding. They're here to make a statement, not start a brawl. Well, the statement is loud and clear. Lori says, shaking her head. Don't mess with Morgan and his merry band of troublemakers. The tension stretches thin as hell, and for a moment, I'm sure someone's going to throw the first punch, but then Dawson's men back off, getting into their cars and driving away. The bikers don't move, though, standing guard like they're daring anyone else to try something. I can't believe this, Lori says, breaking the silence. What kind of world are we living in where a hospital needs a biker gang for security? It's not about the hospital, Nyla says, glancing at me. It's about Liam and Ava. Don't, I say quickly, but the heat rising to my cheeks gives me away. You're in deep, girl, Nyla says, shaking her head. And I don't know if that's brave or stupid. Probably both, Lori mutters, moving away from the window. Let me know how it works out when the cops show up. She disappears down the hall, leaving me and Nyla alone. Nyla turns to me, her expression softer now. You okay? I let out a long breath, running a hand through my hair. Honestly, I don't know. You're not going to leave him alone even after this, she says. Not a question, but a statement. I shake my head slowly, my chest tightening. Nope. Well, she says, giving me a small smile. Then you better be ready for whatever this is. Because it's not going to be easy. I know, I say, staring out the window at the bikers below. But I think it might be worth it.
Chapter 22. Liam. The hospital room is quiet, almost eerily so after the chaos of earlier. I can still feel the adrenaline coursing through me, the tension from knowing Dawson's crew had been here, even if they didn't make it past the parking lot. My boys held their ground, and for now it's enough. But I know it won't last. The burner phone buzzes on the nightstand, its harsh vibration cutting through the silence like a knife. My chest tightens as I stare at it, knowing exactly who it is. No one else would be calling this number. I grab the phone, my fingers gripping it tighter than necessary. Sliding my thumb across the screen, I press it to my ear. Dawson. Liam, comes the smooth, cocky voice on the other end. How's the hospital treating you? Comfortable? What do you want? I snap, my voice sharp. Oh, come on now, he says, his tone dripping with mockery. Don't be like that, I just wanted to check in. Make sure you're not too cozy in that little fortress of yours. I grind my teeth, my hand curling into a fist. You've already had your fun, Dawson. What's the point of this call? The point, he says, his voice hardening, is that you can't stay there forever. You and I both know it. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to come out and face the music. I'm not scared of you, I say, my voice low and dangerous. He laughs, the sound grating against my nerves. You should be. You've got a lot to lose, Liam. Your crew, your roots, your life. Maybe even that pretty little nurse of yours. My blood goes cold, the threat hitting deeper than I want to admit. Don't talk about her. Struck a nerve, did I? Dawson says, his tone mocking. Relax, she's not my problem yet. But let's not pretend she's not a liability. You think she's safe in there with you? With me sniffing around? You stay the hell away from her, I growl, my grip tightening on the phone. Then make it easy for me, he says, his voice turning cold. Give me what I want, and this all goes away. What do you want? I ask, though I already know the answer. Your territory, he says, his tone matter-of-fact. All of it. The garage, the runs, the whole damn thing. Hand it over and I'll let you walk away. Limping, maybe, but alive. I let out a bitter laugh, shaking my head. You really think I'm gonna give you everything we've built? You're delusional. No? I'm practical, he counters. And I know how this ends if you don't. You can't fight me forever, Liam. Especially not from a stupid hospital bed. We'll see about that, I say, my voice steady despite the storm brewing inside me. Tick-tock, he says, his voice laced with menace. Your time's running out, Morgan. Make the smart choice, or don't. I'm good either way. The line goes dead before I can respond, the silence that follows almost deafening. I sit there for a moment, the phone still in my hand, my mind racing. Dawson's right about one thing. I can't stay here forever. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to face him. My gaze drifts to the door, the image of Ava flashing through my mind. Her laugh, her stubbornness, the way her touch feels like it's stitching me back together piece by piece. I can't let him get to her, but I also can't run. With a deep breath, I set the phone down and lean back against the pillows. My body might be broken, but my mind is sharp, and my crew is loyal. If Dawson wants a fight, he'll get one. He's not taking anything else from me.
Chapter 23. Ava. The hallway outside Liam's room is busier than usual. And it's not because of the usual hospital hustle. His biker crew has decided to turn it into their unofficial clubhouse. And honestly, it's pissing me off. I weave through the sea of leather jackets, tattoos, and rough-looking men who seem to be ignoring every basic hospital rule. A few of them glance at me as I approach, their expressions a mix of curiosity and something I can't quite name. Excuse me? I say sharply, my voice cutting through the low murmur of their conversation. This isn't a bar. You can't just hang out here. The biggest of the bunch, seriously, the guy looks like he could bench press a car, turns to me with a grin. Relax, nurse. We're just keeping an eye on our boy. Your boy, I repeat, crossing my arms. Your boy is in recovery, and this is a hospital, not a biker rally. Either clear the hallway or I'll call security. That gets their attention. A few of them exchange glances and one even lets out a low whistle. Feisty, he mutters, smirking. Yeah, and I'm not kidding, I say, glaring at him. Before I can say more, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. All right, knock it off. I turn to see the Viking-looking guy, Jake, I think Liam called him, walking toward us. His tone is calm, but there's authority in it, and the others fall silent immediately. She's right, Jake says, looking at the group. This isn't the place to hang out. Let's give Liam some space. The group starts to disperse, though not without a few grumbles and sideways looks in my direction. I let out a breath, only to find Jake still standing there, watching me with an amused expression. "Thanks for backing me up," I say, though my tone is still sharp. "No problem," he says, crossing his arms. "You've got guts, Nurse Carter. I'll give you that." "Guts?" I repeat, raising an eyebrow. "More like common sense. You guys can't just take over the hospital like this?" He chuckles, shaking his head. "You think this is bad? You should see us on a good day." "I'll pass," I mutter, brushing past him to Liam's door. But before I go in, something about his expression stops me. "You really care about him, don't you?" Jake asks, his tone softer now. I pause, my hand on the door handle. He's my patient. Of course I care. "Right," Jake says, smirking faintly. "But it's more than that, isn't it?" I don't answer, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Liam's sitting up in bed, looking better than he has in days. His hair's a mess, and there's a fresh scowl on his face. But the color in his cheeks is back, and his eyes light up when he sees me. "What's with the frown?" I ask, setting his chart down on the counter. "Just Jake," he says, shaking his head. "He's probably pissing you off out there, isn't he?" "A little," I admit, crossing my arms. "Your crew's not exactly subtle." "Yeah, they're not great at blending in," he says, chuckling softly. I let out a long breath, leaning against the counter. "Liam, I'm going to be honest with you. This whole thing, the bikers, the drama, it's a lot, and it's not exactly making my job easier." "I know," he says, his tone serious now. "I'm sorry about that." "I don't need an apology," I reply, meeting his gaze. "I just need to understand. Why are they so loyal to you? Why are you like this?" He blinks, caught off guard by the question. "Like what?" "Rough around the edges," I say, gesturing vaguely. "You act like you don't care, but then your crew shows up and stands guard, like you're some kind of king. It doesn't make sense." Liam leans back, his expression thoughtful. "It's not about me being a king or whatever. It's about family. Those guys out there, they're my family, not by blood, but by choice. We've been through hell together, and we've got each other's backs, no matter what." I stare at him, his words sinking in. I've spent so much time judging him, lumping him into this box of trouble and danger. But this is different. "Family by choice," I say softly, my chest tightening. "Yeah," he says, his gaze steady. "And I know we're rough, and we don't fit in here. But we're not bad people, Ava. We live differently." I don't know what to say to that, so I just nod, my heart a confusing mix of emotions. "You still think I'm trouble?" he asks, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "I think you're complicated," I reply honestly. He chuckles, shaking his head. "Fair enough." As I leave the room, my mind's racing. Maybe I've been wrong about Liam. Maybe there's more to him and his crew than I've been willing to see. And maybe, just maybe, I need to start looking past the edges.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 24. Liam. The day's been long and the night feels even longer. The hospital quiets down as the evening stretches on, and I'm left with nothing but my thoughts, and the faint ache in my leg that refuses to let me forget how close I came to not walking out of this place. I'm flipping through some trashy late-night TV, trying to distract myself, when the door creaks open. Ava steps inside, and just like that, the whole damn day feels better. She's got her bag slung over one shoulder, her scrubs looking more wrinkled than usual, and those curls of hers are starting to escape their tie, but she still looks like she owns the room. "Off the clock?" I ask, smirking as I turn the TV off. "Finally," she says, rolling her eyes. "I just wanted to check in before I head out." "What? No movie recommendations?" I tease, leaning back against the pillows. "I was really hoping you'd suggest something other than the garbage on cable." She laughs softly, setting her bag on the chair near the door. "I think you'll survive without my cinematic expertise." "Debatable," I reply, watching her closely. There's something different about her tonight, like she's carrying more than just the weight of the day. "You okay?" "Yeah," she says quickly, but her eyes flick away from mine, betraying her. "I'm fine. Just tired." "Nonsense," I say, my voice soft but firm. "Come on, Ava, you're a terrible liar." She sighs, running a hand through her curls. "It's nothing, really, just a lot on my mind." "Let me guess," I say, smirking. "You're thinking about me." Her cheeks flush, and she glares at me. "You're insufferable." "You flatter me," I reply, grinning. She huffs, crossing her arms. "You really think the world revolves around you, don't you?" "Not the whole world," I say, my tone dropping. "Just yours." Her eyes widen slightly, and for a moment, she doesn't have a comeback. That's a first. She steps closer, standing at the side of my bed, and I can feel the shift in the air. It's electric, charged, like the whole room is holding its breath. "Liam," she starts, her voice trailing off as her gaze locks with mine. "What?" I ask, my smirk fading. "Say it." She hesitates, her lips pressing together like she's trying to decide whether to let the words out or keep them locked up tight. Then, instead of answering, she takes a step closer. "Your trouble," she says softly, her voice almost a whisper. "Yeah," I reply, my voice just as low. "I've been told that once or twice." The silence between us feels like it's crackling. Before I can think twice, I reach for her hand, my fingers brushing against hers. She doesn't pull away. The moment stretches, her hand warm in mine, her eyes searching my face like she's trying to figure me out. Then, before I can stop myself, I lean forward, closing the space between us. The kiss is soft at first, tentative, like neither of us wants to admit how much we've wanted this. But then she leans into it, her lips pressing against mine with a heat that makes my heart race. It's everything I didn't know I needed. When she pulls back, her cheeks are flushed, her breathing uneven. I have to go," she says quickly, stepping away. "Ava," I start, but she shakes her head. "This was dumb," she says, grabbing her bag. "I shouldn't have. I can't." And just like that, she's gone, the door swinging shut behind her. I let out a long breath, running a hand through my hair as I sit back against the pillows. My chest feels tight, like I'm caught between wanting to chase after her and knowing I need to let her go. For now. I move to the window, the cool glass pressing against my palms as I look out. A few minutes later, I see her exit the building. She pauses on the sidewalk, glancing around like she's trying to get her bearings. Then she starts walking toward her car, her steps quick and deliberate.
Chapter 25. Ava. The night air is cold against my skin as I make my way to my car. The hospital parking lot is quiet, eerily so, with only the occasional hum of distant traffic breaking the silence. I clutch my bag a little tighter, my mind still buzzing from the kiss I just shared with Liam. I shouldn't have done it. I know that. But damn it, I can't get the feel of his lips out of my head. It's like he's wormed his way into my chest and taken up permanent residence. I shake my head, trying to focus. The parking lot lights flicker faintly as I approach my car, the shadows between the rows of vehicles stretching out like they're alive. I pull my keys from my pocket, the jingle too loud in the stillness. That's when I hear it, the sound of footsteps. My heart jumps, and I glance over my shoulder, my pulse quickening. The lot looks empty, but the shadows feel heavier now, more suffocating. Get a grip, Ava, I mutter to myself, quickening my pace. I'm almost at my car when a figure steps out from behind the next row. Hey, sweetheart, a man's voice drawls, slurred and low. I freeze, my grip tightening on my bag. He's tall, broad, and his face is hidden by the shadow of a hoodie. Just keep walking, I say, my voice steady even though my stomach is twisting itself into knots. Don't be like that, he says, stepping closer. His breath reeks of alcohol, and there's a dangerous edge to his tone. I just want to talk. No thanks, I snap, taking a step back. I'm not interested. Come on, he says, his smile dark and predatory. You look like you could use some company. I said no, I bark, my voice louder now. Before I can move, he lunges, grabbing my arm and yanking me back. I let out a sharp cry, my bag slipping from my grasp as I try to pull away. Let me go, I shout, struggling against his grip. He doesn't let go. Instead, he wrenches the bag from my hands and tosses it to the ground, his eyes glinting with something that makes my blood run cold. Relax, he sneers, his voice low and menacing. I just want to have a little fun. Screw you, I spit, my heart hammering in my chest as I twist and try to break free. His grip tightens, and he shoves me hard against the side of a car. Pain shoots through my back, but I don't stop fighting. Feisty, he growls, pinning me in place. I like that. Panic sets in, clawing at my throat as he leans closer. The smell of sweat and booze makes me want to gag, but all I can think about is getting out of his grasp. Help! I scream, my voice echoing through the lot. Somebody help me! He clamps a hand over my mouth, his other hand fumbling at his waistband. Tears prick at my eyes as I kick and struggle, desperate for anyone to hear me. But no one can. I'm all alone.
Chapter 26, Liam. The minute I hear the scream, my blood turns cold. I'm in bed, trying to shut out the world and failing miserably, when the sound cuts through the walls of the trauma center like a blade. A woman's voice. Ava's voice. Help! My heart slams into my chest, adrenaline hitting me like a freight train. I'm out of bed before I can think, the ache in my leg forgotten as I grab a crutch and hobble toward the door. An orderly steps into my path, her arms outstretched like she's trying to stop me. Mr. Morgan, you can't. Out of my way! I growl, shoving past her without slowing down. Mr. Morgan! She calls after me, but her voice is already fading. I don't care about the stairs as I half limp, half run down the hall. All I care about is the parking lot, and whoever the hell thought it was a good idea to mess with Ava. By the time I burst through the trauma center's front doors, I'm running on pure rage. The cool night air slaps me in the face and I scan the lot, my chest heaving. Then I see her. She's pinned against the side of a car, her body struggling against some jerk in a hoodie who's twice her size. His hand is over her mouth, and I can see the sheer panic in her eyes as she tries to fight him off. Red. All I see is red. "Hey!" I roar, my voice cutting through the night like a whip. The guy's head snaps up, his eyes widening as he sees me barreling toward him. He lets go of Ava, but it's too late for him to run. My fist connects with his jaw before he can say a damn word, the impact sending him stumbling back. The sound of bone meeting bone is sickening, but I'm too far gone to care. "You piece of trash!" I snarl, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him into the side of the car. His head bounces off the metal with a dull thud, and I follow up with a punch to his stomach that makes him double over. He tries to swing at me, but I'm faster. My crutch falls to the ground as I grab his wrist and twist, forcing him to his knees. "You think you can touch her?" I spit, my voice low and deadly. "You think you can get away with this?" He tries to mumble something, an apology maybe, but it's cut off by the crack of my fist against his cheek. Blood spatters onto the asphalt, but I'm not done. "You don't get to walk away," I hiss, driving my knee into his ribs. He collapses onto his side, coughing and wheezing, but I don't stop. I can't. I kick him hard in the stomach, the force of it sending him rolling onto his back. His hoodie falls away, revealing a face that's already bruised and swollen. "Liam!" Ava's voice comes from behind me, shaky and soft. "That's enough." I glance over my shoulder, my chest heaving. She's standing there, her arms wrapped around herself, her eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. I look back down at the man on the ground, unconscious now, and let out a sharp breath. My fists unclench, bloodied and trembling, as the haze of rage begins to clear. I turn to Ava, limping over and reaching for her shoulders. "Are you okay?" She nods, her lips quivering. Yeah, I think so." "You sure?" I ask, my voice softer now. "Shouldn't you—" She pauses, her eyes darting to my leg. "Shouldn't you go back inside? Get that checked out?" I shake my head, my grip on her shoulders tightening. "I'm taking you home." She hesitates, her gaze searching mine for a moment before she nods. "Okay." I pick up her bag from the ground and lead her to her car. She doesn't argue when I open the passenger door for her, sliding inside and handing me the keys. "You're not letting me drive?" I ask, smirking faintly despite the pain in my leg. "I don't think I can," she admits, her voice barely above a whisper. "Fair enough," I say, climbing into the driver's seat. As I start the engine, she glances at me, her brow furrowing. "What about the cops? Shouldn't we call—" I snort, pulling out of the lot. "Cops won't do anything. He got what he deserved." Her lips press into a thin line, but she doesn't argue. Instead, she leans her head against the window, her hands twisting in her lap. The drive is quiet. The only sounds the hum of the engine and the occasional sniffle from Ava. My knuckles ache, my legs on fire. There's a dull roar in my ears that refuses to fade. But none of it matters. Not as long as she's safe.
Chapter 27. Ava. The drive to my place feels like a blur. The world outside the car seems distant, muted, like I'm watching it through a thick pane of glass. My hands won't stop shaking, and I clutch them together in my lap, trying to steady myself. Liam doesn't say much, but his presence is enough. His hands grip the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white, and every now and then he glances at me, his blue eyes soft and concerned. When we finally pull up to my little house, a tiny weathered place that's barely more than a box with a roof, I feel like I might break apart. Liam kills the engine and turns to me, his voice low and gentle. "You okay to get inside?" I shake my head before I can think better of it. My legs feel like jelly, and the thought of walking even a few steps makes my chest tighten. "All right," he says, unbuckling his seatbelt. "Stay put." He's out of the car in seconds, moving faster than I thought his injured leg would allow. Before I can protest, he's opening my door and crouching down beside me. I can walk, I say weakly, though I don't believe it myself. Not tonight, he replies, his voice firm but kind. Before I can argue, he scoops me up in his arms, careful but strong. I can feel the tension in his muscles, the warmth of his chest against my side. Liam, I murmur, my voice shaking. Shh, he says, glancing down at me. You're safe now. I've got you. And for the first time in what feels like hours, I believe it. He carries me up the short steps to my front door, kicking it open gently and stepping inside. The space feels small and cramped with him in it, but it also feels safe, like nothing bad can get to me here. Liam lowers me onto the couch, his movements slow and careful, like I'm made of glass. He kneels beside me, brushing a stray curl out of my face. Let me clean you up, he says, his voice soft. I'm fine, I say, though my voice is still trembling. You're not fine, he replies, his tone leaving no room for argument. Let me help, Ava. Please. I nod, too tired to fight him. He disappears into the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets until he finds a clean towel and wets it under the tap. When he comes back, he kneels beside me again, his eyes scanning my face for any sign of discomfort. This might sting, he says quietly, dabbing at a scrape on my cheek. I flinch, hissing softly, but he doesn't stop. His touch is gentle, his hand steady as he cleans the dirt and blood from my skin. You're good at this, I murmur, trying to focus on anything but the lingering fear in my chest. Had to learn, he says, his lips quirking up in a faint smile. Patch up a lot of idiots in my line of work. I laugh softly, the sound shaky but real. Guess I'm an idiot now, huh? Not even close, he replies, his voice low and serious. When he's finished, he tosses the towel onto the coffee table and sits back on his heels, his gaze never leaving mine. Better? I nod, my throat tight. Yeah, thanks. The room falls quiet, the weight of everything that's happened settling over us. I can't stop looking at him, the way his hair is slightly disheveled, the way his blue eyes seem softer now, more open. You scared me, he says finally, his voice barely above a whisper. I scared you? I reply, my lips curving into a faint smile. That's a first. He shakes his head, leaning closer. Don't do that again, Ava. Don't put yourself in danger like that. I didn't exactly plan it, I say softly, my chest tightening. I know, he says, his voice breaking slightly. But I can't lose you. The words hang between us, heavy and raw, and before I can think better of it, I lean forward, closing the space between us. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 28. Liam. The smell of bacon hits me before I even open my eyes. My stomach growls, and for a second I forget where I am. The couch beneath me is way too small for someone my size, but it's surprisingly comfortable, probably because the last thing I remember is Ava wrapped up in my arms. I stretch, wincing as my leg protests, and then I hear the faint clatter of dishes. My eyes snap open. Ava's in the kitchen, standing at the stove with her back to me, wearing... Oh my God. My brain short-circuits as I take in the sight of her in skimpy black lingerie, lace and silk that leave just enough to the imagination, but still make it impossible to think straight. Her curls are tied up in a loose bun, and she's humming softly as she flips bacon in a skillet. The sound of her voice, low and sweet, does something to my chest I can't explain. I sit up slowly, my eyes still glued to her. You trying to kill me, Carter? She jumps slightly, spinning around with wide eyes. Jesus, Liam, you scared the hell out of me! Yeah, well, you're giving me a heart attack, I reply, smirking as I gesture to her outfit. Her cheeks flush, but she doesn't make a move to cover up. It's my house. I can wear or not wear whatever I want. And I'm not complaining, I say, leaning back against the couch. Just wasn't expecting this kind of room service. She rolls her eyes, turning back to the stove. Breakfast will be ready in a minute. You like your eggs scrambled or over easy? Surprise me, I reply, watching her move around the kitchen like she owns it. Which I guess she does. A few minutes later, she sets a plate of bacon, eggs, and toast in front of me on the coffee table, along with a steaming mug of coffee. She's got her own plate, and she sits cross-legged on the chair across from me, her lingerie riding up just enough to keep my attention firmly on her. This feels wrong, she says after a moment, picking at a piece of toast. What does? I ask, shoving a forkful of eggs into my mouth. This, she says, gesturing between us. You and me, sitting here like this, it's inappropriate. I snort, setting my coffee down. Who cares about appropriate? You think I care about rules? She glares at me, but there's no real heat behind it. I'm serious, Liam. You're my patient. This could get me fired. Then quit, I say simply. Her jaw drops. What? Quit, I repeat, leaning forward. If this job means you can't be with me, then screw it. You're too good to be stuck in this place anyway. She stares at me like I've grown a second head. You're insane. No, I'm honest, I reply, my tone softening. I don't give a crap about the rules, Ava. I care about you. And if that means breaking a few rules, then so be it. She looks down at her plate, her curls falling into her face. This isn't just about rules, Liam. It's about everything. You and me, we come from two completely different worlds. Yeah, and? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Since when does that matter? It matters, she insists, her voice shaking slightly. Your life is dangerous, messy, and I've spent my whole life trying to avoid messy. Maybe it's time to stop running, I say, standing and limping over to her. Maybe messy is what you need. I take the plate from her lap and set it on the table, pulling her to her feet. She doesn't resist, her hands coming to rest on my chest as she looks up at me, her dark eyes full of uncertainty. Liam, she starts, but I cut her off. Stop thinking, I say, my voice low. Just feel. I press my lips to hers, slow and deliberate, my hands sliding to her waist. She lets out a soft sigh, melting against me, and that's all the encouragement I need. Before I know it, we're in the kitchen, her back against the counter as my hands roam over her curves. Her skin is soft, warm, and she tastes like coffee in heaven. Your trouble, she murmurs against my lips, her voice breathless. Yeah, I reply, grinning. But you like it. She laughs softly, her hands tangling in my hair as she pulls me closer.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 29. Liam. Ava's got this look on her face like she's bracing for an ambush, her arms crossed as she stands in the middle of my garage. The smell of oil and burnt rubber fills the air, and the faint hum of an engine being tuned in the back provides a steady rhythm. This place is my sanctuary, my home outside of chaos, and now she's here, looking like she might bolt at any second. You look like you just walked into a lion's den, I say, smirking as I lean against one of the workbenches. That's because it kind of feels like I did, she mutters, her eyes scanning the place. This isn't exactly my scene, Liam. Yeah, I figured, I reply, pushing off the bench and walking over to her. But I wanted you to see it. My world. She raises an eyebrow, her arms still crossed. And what exactly am I supposed to be seeing? A bunch of bikes and a crew of guys who don't follow rules? That's part of it, I say, grinning. But it's more than that. Come on. I lead her to one of the bikes, a sleek black Harley with chrome accents that gleam under the fluorescent lights. This, I say, patting the seat, is mine. Built it myself. She stares at it for a moment, her expression softening. It's beautiful. Damn right it is, I reply, smirking. Took me months to get it just right. Every bolt, every detail, it's all me. She runs her fingers lightly over the handlebars, her lips quirking up in a faint smile. I didn't know you were this meticulous. There's a lot you don't know about me, I say, my tone teasing. Clearly, she replies, giving me a sideways glance. So what? You brought me here to show off your fancy bike? Partly, I admit, shrugging. But mostly, I wanted you to see the other side of me. The part that's not just chaos and trouble. Her brow furrows slightly, and she steps closer to the bike, her fingers brushing against the seat. This place, it's not what I expected. What did you expect? I ask, crossing my arms. She hesitates, then shrugs. I don't know. Something darker, scarier. This just feels like a bunch of people who care about each other. I nod, my chest tightening slightly. That's exactly what it is. This garage, my crew, they're my family. We've built something here. Something that matters. She looks up at me, her dark eyes searching mine. But it's still dangerous, isn't it? Yeah, I admit, my voice softening. But so is life. You can't avoid danger, Ava. You can only choose what's worth fighting for. Her gaze lingers on mine for a moment before she looks away, her fingers tracing idle patterns on the bike's seat. And you think this is worth it? This life? The risks? Every damn day, I reply without hesitation. Because it's mine. It's real. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. She sighs, shaking her head with a faint smile. You're impossible, you know that? And you're stubborn, I counter, grinning. Before she can respond, Jake walks up, wiping his hands on a rag. Who's the lady? He asks, raising an eyebrow as his gaze flicks between us. She's with me, I say, my tone firm. Jake smirks, tossing the rag onto a nearby bench. Well, damn. I didn't think you had it in you, Morgan. Shut up, Jake, I mutter, rolling my eyes. Ava laughs softly, her tension easing slightly. You've got interesting friends. They grow on you, I reply, smirking. As the evening wears on, I show her around the garage, introducing her to the crew and explaining the work we do. She asks questions, her curiosity outweighing her hesitation, and by the time we sit down in the small office upstairs, she seems more relaxed. This is your world, she says, sipping the soda Jake handed her earlier. I get it now. And? I ask, leaning back in my chair. Still think I'm nothing but trouble? Oh, you're definitely trouble, she replies, smirking. But maybe it's not all bad. I chuckle, shaking my head. I'll take that as a win. For the first time, I feel like she's starting to see me. Not just the chaos, but the man behind it. And damn, it feels good.
Chapter 30. Ava. The garage hums with energy, and not just from the work being done on the bikes. It's the people, Liam's crew. They move like a well-oiled machine, ribbing each other, shouting over the roar of engines, and laughing like they don't have a care in the world. It's unexpected. I sit on a worn leather stool near the edge of the action, watching as Liam leans over one of the bikes, his hands moving with practiced ease. Jake's beside him, cracking a joke that makes a few of the other guys laugh, and for a moment, it feels like I'm watching a family in action. You all right, sweetheart? I glance up to see a tall, lanky guy with a grease-streaked bandana tied around his head. He's grinning at me like he's trying to figure me out. I'm fine, I reply, giving him a polite smile. You must be someone special if Morgan brought you here, he says, leaning against the counter. He doesn't let just anyone into the garage. Guess I should feel honored, I mutter, my gaze drifting back to Liam. You should, the guy says, laughing. This place is sacred to him. To all of us, really. Before I can respond, Liam's voice cuts through the noise. Ben, quit harassing her, he says, tossing a wrench onto the counter with a loud clang. Harassing? Ben says, raising his hands in mock surrender. I'm just being friendly. Go be friendly somewhere else, Liam snaps. But there's no real heat in his tone. Ben winks at me before sauntering off, and I shake my head, a faint smile tugging at my lips. Liam walks over, wiping his hands on a rag as he nods toward the stool beside me. Mind if I sit? Go for it, I say, scooting over to make room. He sinks onto the stool with a groan, his leg clearly bothering him, but he doesn't complain. You don't like it here, he says, his tone more matter-of-fact than accusatory. I didn't say that, I reply quickly. You didn't have to, he says, smirking faintly. I can see it on your face. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. It's not that I don't like it. It's just different. Loud, chaotic. That's kind of the point, he says, leaning back against the counter. This place, it's freedom. No rules, no nonsense. Just us and the work we love. I glance around the room, watching as one of the guys tosses a rag at Jake, who ducks with a laugh. They really care about you, don't they? They're my family, he says simply. I do anything for them and they do the same for me. His words hit harder than I expect, and I nod slowly. It's nice. The way you all look out for each other. Didn't always have that, he says, his voice quieter now. Had to build it, earn it. I look at him, his expression softer than I've ever seen it. This place, these people. It's not just a job to him. It's his life. Do you ever wonder? I trail off, hesitating. Wonder what? He asks, his blue eyes locking on mine. If there's room for someone like me in all this, I say softly, gesturing around the garage. I don't know how I'd fit. He leans forward, his elbows resting on his knees. You don't have to fit, Ava. You just have to be you. That's enough. His words settle over me like a blanket, warm and reassuring, but they don't chase away the nagging doubts in my chest. This world of yours, I say after a moment, it's a lot. The loyalty, the risk, everything. It's not what I'm used to. I know, he says, his tone steady. But that doesn't mean you can't be part of it, if you want to be. I don't know what to say to that, so I just nod, my heart twisting in ways I don't fully understand. The rest of the night passes in a blur of laughter and noise. The crew treating me like one of their own, even though I'm far from it. By the time Liam drives me home, my head's spinning. Not from the chaos of the garage, but from the way it made me feel. Maybe I don't have to fit into Liam's world. Maybe it's enough just to be in it.
Chapter 31. Liam. The roar of the bike fills my ears, the salty sea breeze whipping past as we cruise down the coastal road. Ava's arms are wrapped tightly around me, her body pressed against my back, and I can feel her warmth even through my jacket. The coastline stretches out to our left, the ocean shimmering under the afternoon sun. It's the kind of ride that clears your head, makes everything else fall away. And with Ava holding on like her life depends on it, it's damn near perfect. "Where are we going?" she shouts over the engine, her voice muffled by the helmet. "Just trust me," I yell back, grinning as I lean into a curve. She doesn't argue, her grip tightening as we pick up speed. 20 minutes later, we pull into a dirt path that leads to a secluded beach. The bike crunches over gravel as I slow to a stop, the sound of waves crashing against the shore replacing the engine's growl. Ava climbs off first, tugging off her helmet and shaking out her curls. "This is beautiful," she says, her voice filled with awe as she takes in the view. "Not bad, huh?" I say, setting the bike on its kickstand and pulling off my own helmet. She walks toward the sand, her boots sinking slightly as she stops at the edge of the shore. The water's a deep blue, the kind that makes you forget for a second that the world's a mess. "How'd you find this place?" she asks, glancing back at me. "Used to come here when I needed to think," I reply, joining her. "Not many people know about it." She raises an eyebrow, smirking. "So, what you're saying is I'm special?" "Damn right you are," I say, grinning as I reach for her hand. We walk along the shoreline, the water lapping at our boots as the sun starts to dip toward the horizon. For a while, neither of us says anything, the quiet settling over us like a blanket. "You're full of surprises, Morgan," she says finally, her tone teasing. "Yeah? What kind of surprises?" I ask, smirking. "The kind that make me wonder what the hell I'm doing," she replies. But there's no bite in her words. "You're overthinking again," I say, stopping to face her. "Maybe," she admits, her dark eyes locking on mine. "But this? You and me? It still feels risky." "Life's risky," I reply, stepping closer. "But some risks are worth taking." She doesn't answer, her gaze dropping to my lips for just a second before snapping back up to meet my eyes. "You gonna kiss me, or keep talking?" she asks, her voice low and challenging. I grin, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her closer. "Thought you'd never ask." The kiss starts slow, her lips soft and warm against mine. But then she presses closer, her hands tangling in my jacket, and it's like the whole world narrows down to just us.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
"You okay?" I ask, brushing a curl from her face. "Yeah," she says, her voice soft and full of something I can't quite name. She turns to look at me, her dark eyes searching mine. This was reckless. Probably, I admit, grinning. But did it feel wrong? She shakes her head, a small smile tugging at her lips. No, it felt right. Then stop worrying, I say, pulling her closer. We'll figure it out, Ava. Together. For the first time, she doesn't argue. She just rests her head against my chest, her hands splayed over my heart, and for the first time in a long time, everything feels exactly as it should.
Chapter 32. Ava. The hospital's conference room is packed, the hum of chatter bouncing off the walls, as nurses, doctors, and admin staff settle into their seats. Jacob Stone stands at the front of the room, his presence commanding as he adjusts his tie and clears his throat. The projector screen behind him flashes the words, Stone Hospital Group, pioneering the future. I slump a little in my chair, trying not to let my irritation show. It's not that I don't care about whatever new project they're announcing. Neuromax? Some drug that's supposed to revolutionize post-op recovery or something? But my head is elsewhere. Specifically on a certain blue-eyed biker who has a knack for derailing my life. You look like you're about to pass out, Nyla whispers, nudging me with her elbow. Didn't sleep much last night? I glance at her, smirking. Not really. And no, not for the reason you're thinking. Uh-huh, she says, raising an eyebrow. So, what's the real reason? Spill. Before I can answer, Jacob starts his speech, his voice calm and authoritative. Thank you all for being here today. As many of you know, Stone Hospital Group has always been at the forefront of medical innovation. Today, I'm proud to introduce Neuromax, a cutting-edge drug designed to accelerate healing in patients with neurological disorder. I tune him out, leaning closer to Nyla. You're relentless, you know that? Damn right I am, she says, grinning. Now, come on. What happened? You've been MIA for 2 days, and I know it's not because you were catching up on your Netflix queue. I bite my lip, debating how much to tell her. But Nyla's my person, the one I go to when the world doesn't make sense. So I give in. Okay, fine, I whisper. Liam and we spent some time together. Her eyes widen and she leans in, practically vibrating with excitement. And by spent some time, you mean? We went for a ride, I say, keeping my voice low. He took me to this beach. It was nice. Nice, she repeats, looking at me like I've grown a second head. Girl, you've got to give me more than that. I glance around to make sure no one's paying attention before continuing. Fine, it wasn't just nice. It was amazing. He's amazing, but there it is, she says, her grin fading. The but. I let out a long sigh, my hands twisting in my lap. It's just his life, Nyla. It's so chaotic. And mine is so not. I don't know if I can balance the two. She nods thoughtfully, her expression softening. Okay, fair. But do you want to try? Because that's the real question, isn't it? I'm open my mouth to answer, but the memory of Liam's kiss, the way he looked at me like I was the only thing that mattered, stops me. Yeah, I admit quietly. I do. But he's unpredictable. He didn't even get discharged properly. He just ran out and I think that's just who he is. I don't think he's coming back. Nyla raises an eyebrow. You really think that's it? That he's just gonna ghost you? It's what he does, I say, my voice tinged with frustration. He doesn't care about rules or structure or any of the things that keep my life together. He just leaves when it suits him. Or maybe, she says, her tone gentle, he's trying to figure out where he fits in your world. I snort softly, shaking my head. You're giving him too much credit. Maybe, she replies, grinning again. But I've seen the way he looks at you, Ava. That man's not going anywhere. Jacob's voice rises slightly, pulling our attention back to the front. Neuromax represents a leap forward in neurological care, and with FDA approval on the horizon, we're excited to begin trials here at Stone Hospital Group. Blah, 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 Nyla whispers, rolling her eyes. Can you believe this guy? He acts like we're all gonna bow down to him for making a fancy pill. I stifle a laugh, shaking my head. He's good at what he does, though. People listen. Yeah, well, I'd rather listen to you spill more about Liam, she says, nudging me again. There's nothing else to tell, I reply, my voice firm even though it feels like a lie. He's a wild card, Nyla. That's just who he is. We'll see, she says, leaning back in her chair with a knowing smile. As Jacob's speech wraps up and the crowd starts to disperse, I can't help but feel the weight of her words settling in my chest. Liam's unpredictable, sure. But maybe, just maybe, he's worth the risk.
Chapter 33. Liam. The rumble of my bike echoes off the walls of the hospital entrance as I pull up, my heart pounding harder than I'd like to admit. I kill the engine and sit there for a moment, staring at the revolving doors like there's some kind of challenge. I'm not great at this, showing up, making grand gestures. But if there's one thing I've learned in the last couple of days, it's that Ava's worth stepping outside my comfort zone. The doors spin open, and out walks Nyla. She spots me immediately, her eyes narrowing as she takes in the scene. Me on my bike, leather jacket, and the bouquet of wildflowers stuffed awkwardly into my saddlebag. Well, 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 she says, smirking as she strides over. If it isn't the infamous Liam Morgan. Hey, Nyla, I say, trying not to look as uncomfortable as I feel. You got a second? She crosses her arms, tilting her head. Depends, you here to cause trouble or fix it? Little bit of both, I admit, grinning. She laughs, shaking her head. Figures, so what's up? Ava's still inside if you're looking for her. I am, I say, my grin fading slightly. But I wanted to talk to you first. That gets her attention. She raises an eyebrow, her arms dropping to her sides. All right, shoot. I take a deep breath, my fingers drumming against the handlebars. Look, I know Ava probably deserves better than me. Hell, you've probably told her that yourself. Not in so many words, she says, smirking. But the thing is, I continue, ignoring her. I can't stop thinking about her. She's smart, tough, drives me absolutely crazy, and I don't think I've ever met anyone like her. Nyla's smirk softens, her expression turning serious. So, what are you going to do about it? That's the thing, I say, glancing toward the hospital doors. I don't know if she wants me to do anything. She's got her stuff together, you know. And me? My life's a goddamn mess. Nyla snorts, shaking her head. Liam, let me tell you something about Ava. She's got this habit of overthinking everything. She gets in her own way more than anyone else ever could. But if she didn't care about you, you wouldn't still be on her mind. She said that? I ask, my chest tightening. Not in those exact words, Nyla says, grinning. But trust me, she's into you. She's just scared. So what do? I ask, my voice quieter now. You fight, she says simply, her gaze steady. Show her you're not going anywhere. Show her you're willing to work for it, even if it's messy. I nod, her words settling deep in my chest. Thanks, Nyla. I owe you one. Oh, you owe me more than one, she says, laughing as she steps back. But we'll start with you making Ava happy. Deal? Deal, I say, grinning as I pull the flowers from my saddlebag. Flowers? She says, raising an eyebrow. You really are pulling out all the stops. Don't make me regret it, I reply, smirking. She laughs again, heading toward the parking lot. Good luck, Morgan. You're gonna need it. As the hospital doors open again, my heart starts pounding all over again. But this time, it's not fear, it's hope. Ava's worth the fight, and I'm ready to prove it.
Chapter 34. Ava. I flip through Mrs. Henderson's charts, double-checking her latest vitals. The steady beep of her heart monitor fills the private room as I make notes about her medication schedule. A shadow falls across the page, and the door clicks open. My heart skips when I look up. Liam fills the doorway, wearing dark jeans and a leather jacket that hugs his broad shoulders in all the right ways. His hair's slightly windswept, like he just got off his bike. "This is a restricted area," I say, trying to keep my voice stern despite the warmth spreading through my chest. "You can't just walk in here." "Can't." He steps inside, that infuriating smirk playing on his lips. Funny, because I just did. I mean it. I move between him and Mrs. Henderson's bed. "This is a private room. You're not supposed to be here." Maybe I needed medical attention. His blue eyes sparkle with mischief as he closes the distance between us. "Got this ache that won't go away." "Then you can go to the front desk and make an appointment like everyone else." I press my hands against his chest, pushing him back toward the door. The solid warmth of him under my palm sends a shiver down my spine. "Come on, Carter." He catches one of my hands, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. "You're telling me you don't make house calls?" "Out." I managed to get him back into the hallway, ignoring how my skin tingles where he touched me. "Before I call security." "You wouldn't dare." He leans against the doorframe, blocking my attempt to close the door. "Try me." I arch an eyebrow, fighting back a smile. I push him the rest of the way out and shut the door. I open my mouth to give him another piece of my mind, but the words die in my throat as he pulls a bouquet from behind his back. Purple and white wildflowers spill together, wrapped in brown paper and twine. Not the standard roses you'd get from a shop. These look freshly picked, probably from the side of some winding country road. My fingers brush the delicate petals. "Where did you get off in a few minutes, right?" His eyes dance with that dangerous spark that makes my stomach flip. I nod, still staring at the flowers. They smell sweet and fresh, like summer meadows and open roads. "Good, I'm taking you for a ride." "Liam, wait." I find my voice, but he's already striding down the hallway, that cocky swagger in his step. "I have paperwork to finish, and these need water." He just waves over his shoulder, disappearing around the corner. I clutch the flowers to my chest, torn between exasperation and something that feels dangerously like excitement. My hands are wrapped around Liam's body as we ride through the city on his bike, the night air crisp against my face. The streets are alive with lights and sounds, but for once, my mind isn't racing. I've never felt this kind of calm before, this mix of excitement and safety all at once, but it doesn't last. The growl of engines behind us cuts through the noise of the city like a blade. It starts subtle, barely noticeable, but it grows louder and closer until it's impossible to ignore. "Liam," I call over the wind, my arms tightening around his waist. "What's going on?" He glances back, his shoulders tensing. "Hold tight, Ava. Don't let go." That's when I see them. 3 bikes trailing us, their riders wearing dark jackets, with a patch I don't recognize but don't need to. It's them. Dawson's crew. My stomach twists, the easy feeling from dinner vanishing in an instant. "Is that—" "Yeah," Liam says, his voice tight. "It's them." One of the riders pulls up alongside us, his face hidden beneath a helmet. He gestures at Liam, his meaning clear even without words. "Pull over." Liam shakes his head, speeding up slightly as he weaves through traffic. "Not tonight, jerks," he mutters under his breath. Another rider pulls up on the other side, boxing us in. My heart races as I glance over, catching a glimpse of the guy's sneer before he shouts, "You can't run forever, Morgan. Hand it over and maybe we'll let you and your girl go." What the hell does he mean, hand it over? I ask, my voice shaking. "Not now, Ava," Liam snaps, his focus razor sharp on the road ahead. The rider on our right veers closer, his bike practically brushing against ours. "Clock's ticking, Morgan. You know how this ends." Liam doesn't respond, his jaw clenched as he guns the throttle. The bike surges forward, and I grip him tighter, my chest pressed against his back as the wind whips around us. It feels like forever before Liam takes a sharp turn, leading us into a quieter part of town. The streets are darker here, the buildings older and closer together. I realize where we're heading a second before we arrive, his garage, the heart of his world. The bike skids to a stop outside the garage, and Liam barely has time to cut the engine before the door flies open. His crew spills out, their faces a mix of confusion and anger as they take in the scene. "What is going on?" Jake demands, his voice booming as he strides forward. "Dawson's crew," Liam says, climbing off the bike and helping me down. "They've been tailing us." Before I can process what's happening, the sound of engines fills the air again. Dawson's gang pulls up at the end of the block, their bikes idling like wolves, sizing up their prey. Jake looks over Liam's shoulder, his eyes narrowing. "Oh, hell no, not here." The crew doesn't hesitate. They fan out in front of the garage, their presence a wall of unshakable loyalty. Each one of them looks ready to fight, their postures tense and unyielding. One of Dawson's men revs his engine, his voice cutting through the night. "You can't hide behind your boys forever, Morgan." "Funny," Liam says, stepping forward. "Looks like I'm not hiding at all." The standoff feels like it lasts forever, the tension thick enough to choke on. I stay back, watching from the shadows, my hands trembling as I cling to the side of the garage. "Leave now," Jake growls, his voice deadly. "Or you won't like how this ends." Dawson's men hesitate, their bravado cracking under the weight of Liam's crew's presence. Finally, one of them spits on the ground, glaring at Liam. "This isn't over." "Never is," Liam replies, his voice cold. "Now, screw off." The gang revs their engines and peels out, their taillights disappearing into the darkness. The silence that follows is deafening, broken only by the heavy breathing of the crew around me. Liam turns to me, his eyes softer now but still filled with tension. "You okay?" I nod, but my voice betrays me. "I think so." Jake walks over, clapping Liam on the shoulder. "We've got your back, man. Always." Liam nods, his jaw tight as he glances at me. "Ava." I shake my head, wrapping my arms around myself. "I'm fine, Liam, just maybe not cut out for this." His face falls slightly, but he doesn't push. "We'll talk later," he says quietly, leading me toward the garage door. As we step inside, the weight of everything crashes down on me. This is Liam's world, chaotic, dangerous, and unpredictable, and I don't know if I can handle it.
Chapter 35. Liam. The garage is quieter than usual, just the faint hum of a generator and the creak of the old building settling. I'm sitting on one of the workbenches, staring at the empty wall in front of me, like it's going to give me answers I don't have. The thought keeps running through my head, over and over. She'd be better off without me. Ava's face flashes in my mind. Those wide, worried eyes when Dawson's gang showed up, the way her hands were shaking when I helped her off the bike. She didn't sign up for this. Hell, she shouldn't even be near it. My life is a mess of enemies, debts, and dangerous decisions, and she's got her stuff together. Structured, smart, perfect, everything I'm not. "You look like you're about to bail." Zeke's voice cuts through my thoughts, sharp and knowing. I glance up to see him leaning against the doorway, his arms crossed and his expression unreadable. He's dressed down tonight, jeans and a plain tee. But the tension in his posture says he didn't stop by for small talk. Not in the mood, Zeke, I mutter, looking away. Too bad, he says, stepping into the room. You've got that look. The one you get when you're about to do something stupid. Yeah? I say, smirking bitterly. And what's that to you? It's my job to keep your dumb self from messing up too bad, he replies, pulling up a stool and sitting across from me. So start talking. What's going on? I let out a heavy sigh, rubbing the back of my neck. I'm thinking about leaving. Zeke's brow furrows, his arms dropping to his sides. Leaving? As in what? Babylon? The crew? Everything? I nod, not meeting his eyes. It's better this way. For who? He snaps, his voice rising. 'Cause it sure as hell doesn't sound better for us. For Ava, I say, my voice sharp. You didn't see her, Zeke. She was scared out of her mind. And for what? Because she got mixed up with me. She doesn't need this. Zeke lets out a harsh laugh, shaking his head. You really think running's the answer? You think Dawson's just gonna forget about you because you skipped town? Newsflash, Liam. He's not gonna stop. And if you leave, he'll just go after someone else. You think I don't know that? I snap, standing up so fast the stool scrapes against the floor. You think I don't know what kind of chaos I'm dragging her into? So don't drag her into it. Zeke fires back, standing to face me. You're acting like you don't have a choice, like this is just how it's gotta be. But you do have a choice, Liam. You always have. I glare at him, my fists clenching at my sides. And what the hell am I supposed to do, huh? Just pretend like everything's fine? Like I'm not a walking target? No, Zeke says, his tone firm. You stand your ground. You face your problems instead of running from them. And you show Ava that you're not the coward you're acting like right now. The word slaps me across the face, and for a second I can't say anything. I just stand there, my chest heaving, the weight of everything pressing down on me like a damn freight train. I don't want her to get hurt, Zeke, I say finally, my voice quieter now. I don't want to hurt her. And leaving her, it's not gonna hurt her, he counters, his eyes narrowing. Come on, Liam, you're smarter than that. I let out a bitter laugh, running a hand through my hair. You sure about that? Yeah, he says, his tone softening. Because if you weren't, you wouldn't be sitting here trying to figure out how to protect her. You care about her, so stop acting like she's some fragile little thing that can't handle the truth. I sit back down, my head in my hands. What if the truth gets her killed? Zeke leans forward, his voice steady. Then you do what you've always done. You fight like hell to keep her safe. But running? That's not fighting, Liam. That's giving up. The room falls quiet, the only sound the faint creak of the bench as I shift my weight. Zeke's right. I hate that he's right, but it doesn't make this any easier. You staying? He asks after a long moment, his tone casual like we didn't just have a blowout argument. I nod slowly, letting out a long breath. Yeah, I'm staying. Good, he says, standing and clapping me on the shoulder. Because we've got work to do. As he walks out of the room, I feel the weight lift slightly. It's not gone, not by a long shot. But at least now, I know what I need to do. Ava might not want to be part of my world, but I'll be damned if I let it take her away from me.
Chapter 36. Ava. No matter how many times I'm there, Cornelius's house feels like a sanctuary. It always has. It's got that cozy vibe, the warm glow of the lights, the smell of something amazing wafting from the kitchen, and the faint hum of jazz playing in the background. It's the kind of place that makes you feel like everything's gonna be all right, even when your world's upside down. I knock twice before pushing the door open, the hinges creaking slightly. It's me, I call out, stepping inside. In here. Nyla's voice carries from the kitchen, and I follow the sound, kicking off my shoes by the door. When I step into the kitchen, Cornelius is at the stove, wearing an apron that says, Grill Master, even though he's nowhere near a grill. Nyla's perched on a stool at the counter, sipping what looks like lemonade. Well, look who finally decided to show up, Nyla teases, grinning. We were starting to think you bailed on us. I wouldn't miss Cornelius's cooking, I reply, smiling as I take the stool next to her. And you, obviously. Obviously, Nyla says, rolling her eyes dramatically. Cornelius glances over his shoulder, his deep voice rumbling with warmth. Good to see you, Ava. Hope you're hungry. Starving, I say, inhaling deeply. What's on the menu? Chicken pot pie and roasted vegetables, he replies, setting a pan on the counter. Comfort food. Figured you could use it. I laugh softly. Am I that obvious? Cornelius turns, raising an eyebrow. You look like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders, girl, but we'll get to that after you eat. Dinner is everything I came for. The food's amazing. Cornelius's pot pie is damn near legendary, and the conversation is easy, filled with Nyla's playful jabs and Cornelius's booming laughter. For a little while, I forget about the chaos waiting for me outside these walls. But of course, it doesn't last. After the plates are cleared and Nyla's off doing something in the other room, Cornelius leans back in his chair, his wise eyes fixed on me. You're among family now, Ava, so spit it out. I hesitate, my chest tightening. It's about Liam. Ah, Cornelius says, nodding knowingly. The biker? I laugh softly, shaking my head. Yeah, the biker. He's not like anyone I've ever met, and that scares the hell out of me. Cornelius folds his hands on the table, his gaze steady. Why does it scare you? Because he's unpredictable, I admit. My life's always been about control, about following the rules. And Liam? He doesn't follow any rules. He just does what he wants. Cornelius chuckles, shaking his head. You say that like it's a bad thing. Isn't it? I ask, frowning. What if he gets me hurt? What if this whole thing just blows up in my face? He leans forward, his voice softer now. Ava, let me tell you something. When I took Nyla in, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. I was a single man, working long hours, trying to figure out how to raise a little girl who'd already been through more than most adults. I nod, listening intently. There were plenty of times I doubted myself, he continues. Plenty of times I thought I was going to screw it all up. But I didn't let that stop me. I trusted my instincts, and I trusted my love for that little girl. And look at her now. She's thriving. I smile, thinking of Nyla's sharp wit and boundless energy. She's amazing. She is, Cornelius agrees. And you know why? Because I stopped running from what scared me and leaned into it instead. That's what you need to do, Ava. Trust yourself, trust your feelings, stop overthinking and just live. I let his words settle over me, my chest tightening with a mix of fear and hope. But what if I make the wrong choice? You'll figure it out, he says simply. Life isn't about getting everything right, Ava. It's about showing up and giving it your all. And from what I've seen, you've got a lot to give. I glance down at the table, his words sinking deep into my chest. Thanks, Cornelius, I say quietly. I needed that. Anytime, he replies, his smile warm and reassuring. Now, go find that boy of yours and stop letting fear get in your way. As I leave Cornelius's house later that night, his words echo in my head. Maybe he's right. Maybe it's time to stop running and start trusting myself. And maybe, just maybe.
Chapter 37. Liam. The sun's setting when I pull up outside Ava's place. My heart's pounding like a jackhammer. but I push the nerves down. This isn't about me. It's about her, about us, about whatever the hell this thing between us is. I kill the engine and swing my leg off the bike, staring at the little house. The lights are on and her silhouette moves behind the curtains. She's home. That's a good start. I rub the back of my neck, trying to figure out what I'm even gonna say. I'm not great at this, the whole opening up thing. But if there's one person worth trying for, it's Ava. With a deep breath, I knock on the door. When she opens it, her expression shifts from surprise to guarded in half a second. "Liam," she says, crossing her arms. "What are you doing here?" "I needed to see you," I reply, my voice steadier than I feel. She steps aside, letting me in, and I take a moment to glance around her cozy living room. It smells like vanilla and something warm, like home. "All right," she says, shutting the door behind me. "You've seen me. Now what?" Her tone is sharp, but I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way she's holding herself like she's ready to bolt. "I know I've been a mess," I start, shoving my hands into my jacket pockets. "And I know I've dragged you into a lot you didn't ask for." "Understatement of the year," she mutters, but there's no real bite in her words. I step closer, meeting her gaze. "I can't change the past, Ava, but I can change what happens next." She frowns, her arms tightening around herself. "What are you saying, Liam?" "I'm saying I want this," I say, gesturing between us. "I want you. And if that means cleaning up, then I'll do it. I'll figure it out." She blinks, clearly caught off guard. "You're serious?" "Dead serious," I reply, my voice firm. "I know I've got a lot of baggage. Hell, I'm practically a U-Haul. But if you're willing to take a chance on me, I'll do whatever it takes to make this work." Her eyes soften, but she doesn't look convinced. "Liam, your life is complicated, messy. I don't know if I can handle that." "I'll make it less messy," I say, stepping closer. "I'll do what I have to do to keep you safe, to keep us safe. I'm not saying it'll be perfect, but I'm willing to try." She hesitates, her gaze searching mine. "Why, Liam? Why would you even want to change for me?" "Because you're worth it," I say simply. "You're the first good thing that's happened to me in a long time, Ava. And I'm not about to let that slip away because I'm too stubborn or scared to try." She stares at me, her lips pressing together like she's holding back 1,000 things she wants to say. Then she sighs, shaking her head. "This is crazy," she murmurs. "Yeah, probably," I say, grinning faintly. "But it's the good kind of crazy, don't you think?" Her lips twitch like she's trying not to smile. "You make everything sound so simple." "It is simple," I reply, reaching for her hand. "It's you and me, Ava, that's all that matters." She looks down at our joined hands, her fingers trembling slightly. "What if we fail?" "Then we fail," I say, shrugging, "but I'd rather fail trying than never try at all." The silence stretches between us, heavy but not uncomfortable. Finally, she looks up, her dark eyes locking on mine. "Okay," she says softly. "But if you mess this up, Morgan, I swear—" "I won't," I cut in, a grin breaking across my face. "I promise. She's giving me a chance, and I'll be damned if I waste it." I lean down, my hand cupping Ava's cheek, and I kiss her deeply, pouring every ounce of desire into it. She tastes like temptation and feels like home. When I pull back, she's blushing, her dark eyes wide and sparkling with a hunger that mirrors my own.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 38. Ava. The sun's just starting to dip below the skyline as I step out of the hospital, my bag slung over my shoulder and my thoughts already on Liam. He's waiting for me at that little diner on 5th, and even though my feet are aching from another long shift, I can't help but smile. I pull out my phone, scrolling through a couple of texts from Nyla and ignoring a missed call from my mom. I'll call her back later. Right now, all I care about is seeing Liam's face and maybe teasing him about whatever ridiculous thing he's probably ordered. That's when I hear it. Footsteps. Too many footsteps. My pulse quickens. But I keep walking, glancing at the shadows stretching across the parking lot. There are 5 of them, all wearing the same dark leather jackets with patches that I've come to dread. Dawson's crew. I swallow hard, gripping my bag tighter and picking up my pace. My car's just a few rows away. If I can make it there, I can lock the doors, call Liam, and figure this out. "Hey, sweetheart," one of them calls out, his voice slick and oily. I ignore him, my heart hammering in my chest. "Don't be rude now," another one says, his footsteps speeding up. "We just want to talk." "Screw off," I snap over my shoulder, my voice steadier than I feel. Big mistake. The footsteps turn into a sprint, and before I can reach my car, one of them grabs my arm, yanking me back so hard I nearly lose my balance. "Let go of me," I shout, swinging my bag at him, but he catches it easily, laughing as he tosses it to the ground. "You've got some fight in you," he sneers, his grip tightening. I like that. "Get your hands off me." I twist and kick, my adrenaline spiking as I aim for his shin. My foot connects, and he curses, stumbling back. But before I can move, another one grabs me from behind, his arm locking around my waist like a steel band. "Feisty little thing," he mutters in my ear, and I gag at the stench of his breath. "Dawson's gonna have fun with you." The mention of Dawson sends a fresh wave of panic crashing over me. I claw at his arm, kicking and thrashing as hard as I can. "Let me go, you jerks!" They don't let go. The first guy recovers, stepping into my line of sight with a sick grin. "Stop struggling, sweetheart. You're just making it worse for yourself." I spit at him, the glob landing on his cheek. His grin disappears, replaced by a scowl as he wipes it off. "You're gonna regret that." I barely see his hand coming before it smacks across my face, the force of it making my head snap to the side. Pain blooms across my cheek, but I bite back the cry threatening to escape. I won't give them the satisfaction. "Pick her up," the leader barks, and 2 of them grab my arms, dragging me toward a black van parked at the edge of the lot. My heels scrape against the pavement as I struggle, my heart pounding like a drum. "Somebody help me," I scream, but the hospital entrance is too far, and no one's around to hear. "Shut her up," one of them mutters, and a rag is shoved over my mouth and nose. I kick harder, my vision blurring as the chemical scent fills my lungs. My body feels heavy, my limbs refusing to listen as darkness starts to creep in around the edges. The last thing I see before everything goes black is the smirk on their faces.
Chapter 39, Liam. The diner's got that old-school vibe. Checkered floors, red leather booths, and a jukebox in the corner that hasn't worked in years. The kind of place that serves greasy burgers and fries with a side of nostalgia. Normally, I'd be all over it, but tonight it feels like a prison. I sit at a corner booth, staring at the menu like it's written in another language. The waitress came by twice already, her smile forced the second time when I told her I wasn't ready. The coffee in front of me's gone cold, untouched, Where is she? I pull out my phone, checking it for the 100th time. No messages, no missed calls, nothing. Come on, Ava, I mutter under my breath, shooting her a quick text. Hey, you on your way? I watch the screen like it's gonna light up any second, my knee bouncing under the table. But the message sits there, unread. 5 minutes pass, then 10. By the time I send another text, I'm seething. If you're not coming, just say so. Still nothing. I clench my jaw, tossing the phone onto the table. The waitress comes by again, her notepad in hand. You ready to order? Not yet, I snap, then immediately regret it when she gives me a look. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Okay, she says, walking off without another word. I lean back in the booth, running a hand through my hair. This isn't like her. Ava's late sometimes, sure, but not like this. Not completely MIA. Unless... The thought hits me like a punch to the gut. Maybe she's not coming at all. I grab my phone again, dialing her number this time. It rings once, twice, then goes to voicemail. Hey, it's me. Call me back when you get this. I hang up, glaring at the phone like it's her fault I'm sitting here like an idiot. The thought of her ghosting me, of her deciding I'm not worth the effort after all, makes my chest tighten. I text again, shorter this time. If you changed your mind, just tell me. I can take it. I can't, though. Not really. Another 10 minutes pass, and the pit in my stomach gets bigger with every second. I've replayed every word of our last conversation, trying to figure out what I said or did to make her pull this. But I keep coming up blank. She didn't want this, I think, bitterness creeping in. She never wanted to give me a chance. She was just too nice to say it to my face. I grab my jacket, throwing a 20 on the table for the coffee I didn't drink. The phone buzzes in my pocket, and my heart jumps, but it's not Ava. It's Jake. What? I bark, answering the call as I storm out of the diner. Bad time? He asks, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Yeah, kind of, I snap. Well, sorry to interrupt your pity party, he says, but we've got a situation. What kind of situation? I ask, my tone sharp. Dawson's crew, he says, his voice serious now. They've been spotted near the hospital. I stop dead in my tracks, my chest tightening. The hospital? Yeah, Jake says. Figured you'd want to know. My heart's pounding now, the anger from earlier morphing into something darker, something colder. Ava didn't ghost me. She couldn't have. She wouldn't. I'm on my way, I say, ending the call and straddling my bike in one quick motion. The engine roars to life, and as I peel out of the parking lot, one thought keeps repeating in my head like a mantra. If Dawson's crew touched her, they're dead.
Chapter 40. Ava. The room smells like mold and cheap beer, a mix that makes my stomach churn even more than the fear twisting inside me. My wrists burn where the rope digs into them, tied tight enough to make my hands go numb. I'm sitting on a rickety wooden chair in the middle of what looks like an old basement, my ankles bound and my heart racing. This isn't just fear anymore, it's terror. The gang's been at it for hours now, pacing around, making phone calls, talking crap. They've ignored me for the most part, like I'm nothing more than luggage they're holding until their boss shows up. I keep my head down, my breath shallow, trying to keep it together. You think he's gonna come for her? One of them mutters, leaning against the wall and lighting a cigarette. His greasy hair falls into his face as he looks me over, sneering. He'll come, another one says, tossing back a beer. Morgan's dumb, but he ain't the kind to leave his girl hanging. He'll show. I flinch at the mention of Liam, my stomach twisting tighter. If he comes here, if he tries to save me. No, I can't think like that. He's smart. He'll figure something out. You scared, sweetheart? Greasy hair asks, blowing smoke in my direction. I glare at him, my lips pressing into a tight line. Go to hell. He laughs, a harsh, grating sound that makes me want to throw something at him. If my hands weren't tied. Got some fire in you, huh? He says, stepping closer. Bet you're real fun when you're not all tied up. Knock it off, one of the others snaps, dragging greasy hair back. Boss said no one touches her. Relax, greasy hair mutters, taking another drag. Just having a little fun. Fun can wait, the guy replies, his tone sharp. We've got a job to do. I keep my head down, my mind racing as they bicker. The ropes are too tight to wriggle out of, and even if I could, I'd have to get past all 5 of them to make it out of this dump. Not exactly great odds. One of them, taller, leaner, and mean-looking, pulls out a burner phone and starts dialing. Let's call the boss. Let him know we've got her. My heart sinks. This is it. Whatever happens next, it's out of my hands. The call connects, and the guy's tone changes, more respectful now. Yeah, it's us. We've got her. She's tied up and quiet, just like you wanted. There's a pause, and the man nods, his expression unreadable. Understood. When do you want to make the move? Another pause, and then his lips curve into a cruel smile. Got it. We'll keep her here until you say the word. He hangs up, slipping the phone back into his pocket. The gang doesn't waste any time falling into their usual rhythm, drinking, smoking, swapping stories about whatever shady stuff they've been up to lately. I catch bits and pieces of their conversations, a job gone wrong, a shipment that never made it, a fight they barely walked away from. I try to tune them out, but the longer I sit here, the harder it gets. My body aches, my wrists scream in protest, and my mind keeps circling back to the same awful thought. What if I don't get out of this? And underneath that fear is something else, something darker. Sadness.
Chapter 41. Liam. The clubhouse feels like a goddamn pressure cooker. The walls are too close, the air too stale, and every single one of my guys is watching me like I've got the magic answer. I don't. Not yet. Jake's pacing, his boots scuffing against the old floorboards, and it's pissing me off more than it should. I slam my hands down on the table, making everyone jump. Will you sit down? Jake stops, but he doesn't sit. I'm just saying, Liam, we need to think this through. Dawson's crew doesn't screw around, and you're charging in there like it's some Hollywood action flick. It's not a goddamn movie, I snap, my voice sharp. Ava's in there. You think I'm just gonna sit while they do who the heck knows what to her? No, but I think you're gonna get us all killed if you don't calm down. Jake fires back, crossing his arms. The tension in the room is thicker than the cigarette smoke hanging in the air. Mick, the youngest of the crew, looks like he's about to poop himself, and even some of the older guys are shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Jake's got a point, Tiny mutters from the corner, his massive arms crossed. Dawson's crew outnumbers us. We go in blind. We're toast. I push off the table, pacing now because it's the only thing keeping me from punching something. Or someone. We're not going in blind, I growl. Jake's got the intel. We know where she is. We know how many of them are there, and we know the layout. This isn't a suicide mission. It's pretty damn close, Jake says, but his tone is softened. I stop and turn to face them, my chest heaving. Look, I get it. This is risky as hell, but Ava's not just some random girl, all right? She's... I trail off, struggling to find the words. She's what? Jake asks, his voice quieter now. She's different, I admit, running a hand through my hair. She's the first person who's made me think maybe, just maybe, I can be more than this, more than the fights, the nonsense, the endless chaos. She's the first person who makes me want something better. The room goes silent. For a moment, all I hear is the hum of the fridge in the corner and the faint creak of the building settling. Well, damn, Jake mutters, rubbing the back of his neck. Didn't think you had it in you to get all sappy on us. Screw off, I snap, but there's no heat in it. Tiny leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. All right, boss. What's the plan? Relief washes over me, but I don't let it show. I step back to the table, pointing to the map I've laid out. We split into 2 groups. Jake, you take the front with Tiny and the others. Make as much noise as you can. Draw their attention. I'll take the back with Mick and a few others. That's where they've got her. And if Dawson shows up? Jake asks, raising an eyebrow. Then I deal with him, I say flatly. In fact, I hope he does. Jake whistles low. You're really going for the hero thing tonight, huh? Damn right I am, I reply, meeting his gaze. The guys start gearing up, checking their weapons and loading up on whatever they think they'll need. The air is electric now, the tension replaced by a grim determination. These men are my family, and they're ready to go to war for me. For Ava. I strap on my gloves and grab my knife, sliding it into the sheath at my side. As I glance around the room, I catch Jake's eye. He nods, a silent acknowledgement of what's at stake. You sure about this? He asks, his voice low. I've never been more sure of anything in my life, I reply. The roar of our bikes echoes through the night as we roll out, a pack of wolves ready to tear through anyone in our way. The cold air bites at my face, but I barely feel it. All I can think about is Ava, her laugh, her smile, the way she looked at me like I was worth something. I tighten my grip on the handlebars, the engine growling beneath me. Hold on, Ava, I'm coming for you.
Chapter 42. Ava. The basement smells like crap. Not literal crap, but close enough. Mold, damp concrete, and that coppery tang of something rusty or bloody. My wrists burn from the ropes and my shoulders ache from sitting tied to this damn chair for so long. The men are still pacing, still talking, still acting like this is some casual after-hours gig. One of them, the greasy-haired jerk who slapped me earlier, keeps glancing my way with that sleazy grin. If I could, I'd wipe it off his face with my fist. You think Morgan's dumb enough to come for her? One of the others asks, leaning against the wall and lighting up a cigarette. Dumb enough? Greasy laughs, blowing smoke out of his nose. Morgan's got more balls than brains. He'll come. And when he does, we'll cut him down just like Dawson wants. The mention of Liam makes my stomach twist. He will come. I know he will. And the thought terrifies me. If he shows up here, if he gets himself killed trying to save me, that'll be on me. And these guys, they'd love to carve him up like a goddamn turkey. Hey, Greasy says, turning toward me. What do you think? Your boyfriend gonna show up and play the hero? I glare at him, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a response. Ah, cat got your tongue? He mocks, stepping closer. Screw you, I spit, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my insides. His grin widens. Feisty. I like that. Before he can come any closer, the tall one, the one who seems to actually have a functioning brain, steps between us. Knock it off, Randy, he says, his tone sharp. Boss said she's not to be touched. She's got a mouth on her, though, Randy mutters, backing off but still grinning like an idiot. Wouldn't mind shutting her up? Do that and Dawson'll gut you himself, the tall one snaps. Go smoke outside or something. Randy grumbles but leaves, slamming the basement door behind him. I let out a shaky breath, my eyes darting around the room. There are 3 of them left now. Tall guy, another one with a beard big enough to hide a whole sandwich, and some wiry kid who can't be more than 19. They're not paying much attention to me anymore. Too busy arguing about whether Dawson will actually show up tonight. My fingers start to work at the ropes, trying to find any slack. It's not much, but I'll take anything I can get. My wrists scream in protest, but I grit my teeth and keep going. You think she's worth all this trouble? the bearded one asks, taking a swig from a bottle of cheap whiskey. Tall guy shrugs. Doesn't matter what we think. Boss wants her, so we keep her. End of story. Still doesn't make sense, the wiry kid pipes up. Why is he so interested in her? She's just some nurse, right? My stomach twists again. They don't know. They don't know who I am. The door creaks open and another guy sticks his head in. They're here. My heart stops. They? Tall guy asks, straightening up. Yeah. Morgan and his crew. My pulse starts pounding, a mix of terror and relief coursing through me. He came. Of course he came. But that means... They brought the whole crew, the guy continues. Looks like they're ready to throw down. Tall guy mutters, grabbing a shotgun from the corner. All right, boys. Let's move. The others grab their weapons, the room suddenly buzzing with tension. What about her? The wiry kid asks, nodding toward me. Tall guy looks at me, his expression hard. She's leverage. Bring her up. Before I can say a word, they're dragging me out of the chair, the ropes biting into my skin as they haul me upstairs. I struggle, kicking and twisting, but it's no use. Let go of me, you jerks, I scream, but they don't even flinch. The night air hits me like a slap to the face. We're outside now, in some overgrown lot surrounded by trees and old crumbling buildings. I can hear the rumble of bikes, the low growl that sends a chill down my spine. Liam's here. Stay still, tall guy growls, pressing the cold edge of a knife to my neck. Unless you want this to get messy. I freeze, my breath hitching. In the distance I see them. Liam and his crew, their bikes lined up like soldiers in formation. Liam's at the front, his jaw set, his eyes burning with fury. Liam, I whisper, my voice trembling. And just like that, everything erupts.
Chapter 43. Liam. The lot's dark except for the headlights from our bikes cutting through the night. My crew's lined up behind me, engines growling low and dangerous. I swing my leg off the seat, my boots crunching against the gravel as I step forward. I see her immediately. Ava. She's standing in the middle of the lot, her arms pinned behind her by some wiry punk who doesn't look like he could fight his way out of a paper bag. But the blade at her throat? That's the real problem. Ava! I shout, my voice slicing through the tension like a blade. Her eyes snap to mine, wide and terrified. Liam! Let her go! I bark, my fists clenching so hard my knuckles ache. Now. Tall guy steps forward, his shotgun resting casually over his shoulder, like this is just another day at the office. His grin is the kind that makes you want to knock someone's teeth out. Nice of you to show, Morgan, he says, his voice dripping with smugness. Didn't think you'd be stupid enough to walk into this. Guess you underestimated me, I growl, taking another step forward. That's far enough, he snaps, his grin fading as he motions to the guy holding Ava. Unless you want your little girlfriend here to lose a few pints. My blood's boiling, but I force myself to stop, my hands raised slightly. You don't want to do this, I say, my voice low and dangerous. Whatever Dawson's paying you, it's not worth dying over. Tall guy laughs, a sharp, ugly sound. Oh, I think it is. See, Dawson's got a real hard-on for you, Morgan, and he's paying us real nice to bring you in, dead or alive. Then let her go, I snap. She's got nothing to do with this. She's got everything to do with this, he says, his grin returning. She's the bait. And it worked like a charm. I glance back at my crew. Jake's standing beside his bike, his hand resting on the butt of his gun. Tiny's cracking his knuckles like he's itching for a fight. They're waiting for my signal, but I don't know if I can give it without getting Ava hurt. You got what you wanted, I say, turning back to Tall Guy. I'm here. Let her go and we can settle this like men. He tilts his head, pretending to think it over. Tempting, but nah. I think I'll hold on to her a little longer. You know, just in case you get any bright ideas. Liam, don't, Ava says, her voice trembling. Don't do anything stupid. Too late for that, I mutter, my jaw tightening. All right, I say, taking another step forward. If you're not gonna let her go, then let's cut the crap and get this over with. Tall Guy raises his shotgun, pointing it straight at my chest. You've got balls, Morgan. I'll give you that. But balls only get you so far. Yeah? I say, smirking. Let's see how far they get me. Before he can react, Jake fires his gun into the air, the loud crack making everyone jump. It's the distraction I need. I lunge forward, closing the distance between me and Tall Guy in seconds. My fist connects with his jaw and he stumbles back, his shotgun falling to the ground with a dull thud. The lot explodes into chaos. My crew charges forward, fists flying as Dawson's men scramble to defend themselves. It's a goddamn brawl. Messy, loud, and brutal. I barely notice any of it. My focus is on Ava. She's still struggling against the wiry bastard holding her, her movements frantic but uncoordinated. I grab a piece of rebar from the ground and swing it, catching him in the side. He yelps, dropping the knife as he lets go of Ava and stumbles away. Ava! I shout, grabbing her arm. You okay? She nods, her eyes wide and scared. Yeah, I'm Liam behind you. Reaching out, she shoves me roughly to the side and out of the way of another one of Dawson's men. I recover in time to kick the jerk's legs out from beneath him, climbing over him and delivering a swift punch to the nose. Get to the bikes! I shout at Ava. No, she says, shaking her head. I'm not leaving you. Ava, go! I roar, my voice cracking with desperation. She hesitates, but the chaos around us doesn't give her much choice. She nods, her eyes locking on mine one last time before she turns and runs toward Jake. I turn back to the fight, my knuckles aching as I swing at anything that moves. Dawson's men are tough, but they're not invincible. And tonight, I'm not in the mood to lose. The roar of an engine cuts through the chaos, and I look up to see a bike speeding toward us. Dawson, the bastard's finally here! You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 44. Ava. The lot is pure chaos. Fists are flying, bikes are revving, and the sound of grunts and curses fills the air. I barely make it to the edge of the fight before I feel like I'm going to collapse. My chest is heaving, my pulse pounding in my ears. Get to the bikes! Jake barks at me, shoving another guy to the ground before turning to block my path. Stay out of the way. I freeze, my eyes darting back to the fray. Liam's in the thick of it, his fists connecting with some guy's face so hard I hear the crunch from here. His movements are wild but precise, like he's running on pure adrenaline and fury. I should go. I know I should. But I can't. Not while he's still in there. And then I hear it. The low rumble of a motorcycle cutting through the noise like a warning. I turn just in time to see the headlight pierce the darkness, a single beam slicing across the lot as the bike screeches to a halt. The rider swings his leg off the bike, the engine still growling beneath him, and the moment he steps into view, my stomach drops. Dawson. The man is as imposing as I remember, tall and broad with that same cold, calculating look in his eyes. He's dressed in dark leather, his signature patch gleaming under the headlights. Well, damn, Jake mutters, stepping closer to me. About damn time. I barely hear him. My whole body feels like it's locked in place as Dawson scans the scene, his expression unreadable. Enough. Dawson's voice booms, cutting through the chaos. Everyone freezes. Even Liam stops mid-swing, his fist still raised as he turns to look at the man who just brought the fight to a dead stop. Dawson, Liam says, his voice low and sharp. You've got some nerve showing your face. Dawson's lips curl into a smirk as he steps forward, his boots crunching against the gravel. Funny, I was about to say the same thing about you. Let's end this, Liam growls, taking a step toward him. Right here. Right now. Dawson holds up a hand, and for some reason his men listen. They back off, one by one, creating a circle around them. This isn't about you, Morgan, Dawson says, his gaze flicking to me. It's about her. My breath catches in my throat as his eyes lock on mine. They're cold, calculating, but there's something else there too. Something I can't quite place. Forget about it, Liam snaps, his voice dripping with venom. She's got nothing to do with this. Oh, she's got everything to do with this, Dawson replies, his smirk widening. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? Then explain it to me, Liam bites out, taking another step forward. Dawson laughs, shaking his head. You're not in a position to demand answers, boy. In fact, he motions to one of his men, who steps forward and grabs me, dragging me back toward Dawson. Let me go! I shout, struggling against the man's grip, but it's no use. Ava, Liam shouts, his voice cracking. Stay where you are, Morgan, Dawson says, pulling a knife from his belt and pressing it to my throat. Unless you want to see how quickly this can end. The world feels like it's spinning, my heart pounding so hard it hurts. I can see the panic in Liam's eyes, the way his hands clench into fists like he's ready to tear Dawson apart with his bare hands. You don't have to do this, Liam says, his voice trembling with barely restrained rage. Whatever this is about, it's between us. Leave her out of it. Dawson leans closer, his breath hot against my ear. Is that what you want, Ava? For me to leave you out of it? I turn my head just enough to glare at him, my voice steady despite the terror coursing through me. Screw you! Dawson chuckles, the sound low and menacing. That's my girl. My stomach churns at his words, but before I can say anything, Liam steps forward again, his voice rising. You lay one finger on her, and I'll end you. You hear me? I'll end you. You're not in a position to make threats, Dawson replies, pressing the knife closer to my skin. Liam stops, his whole body shaking with rage. All right, he says, his voice quieter now. Take me instead. Let her go, and I'll do whatever you want. Just let her go. The words hit me like a punch to the gut, and I feel my eyes sting with tears. Liam. No, I whisper. Dawson tilts his head, studying Liam like he's trying to figure out if he's serious. You'd give yourself up for her? Without a second thought, Liam replies, his voice steady. For the first time, Dawson looks genuinely surprised. He pulls the knife away slightly, his gaze flicking between me and Liam. Well, he says, his voice softer now. That changes things. The tension in the air is suffocating, and I can't tell if we're seconds away from disaster or something else entirely. Why? Liam asks, his voice breaking the silence. Why are you doing this? Dawson looks at me, his expression unreadable. Because she's my daughter. The world tilts on its axis, and for a moment I can't breathe. What? Liam whispers, his face a mix of shock and confusion. I close my eyes, my voice barely audible. It's true.
Chapter 45. Liam. The words hang in the air like a bomb just went off. She's my daughter. I stare at Dawson, my brain scrambling to catch up with what he just said. Ava's standing there, her face pale as hell, her lips pressed into a tight line like she's trying to hold herself together. What are you talking about? I finally managed to say, my voice sharp and hard. It's not your concern, Morgan, Dawson says, his knife still in his hand but not pointed at Ava anymore. This is a family matter. Family matter? I bark out a bitter laugh, stepping closer despite the tension in the air. You're standing there with a knife to her throat and you're going to talk about family? What kind of screwed up family is that? Ava's eyes flick to me, her voice trembling as she speaks. Liam, it's true. He's my father. My chest tightens, the weight of her words settling on me like a goddamn anvil. I thought I'd been ready for anything tonight. But this wasn't even on my radar. So what? I snap, turning back to Dawson. You think that gives you the right to pull this? To use her like she's some pawn in your sick little game? Dawson narrows his eyes, stepping forward just enough to make his presence known. Watch your mouth, Morgan. You don't know a damn thing about me or what I've done for her. What you've done for her? I shout, my voice cracking. You mean abandoning her? Or is that your idea of top-notch parenting? Stop! Ava's voice cuts through the air like a blade, sharp and trembling. We both freeze, our gazes snapping to her. She's standing there, her fists clenched at her sides, her shoulders shaking. Both of you, she says, her voice firm but cracking at the edges. Just stop. This isn't about you. It's about me. Ava takes a shaky breath, looking Dawson dead in the eye. You want to talk about what you've done for me? Fine. Let's talk about it. You left me and my mom. You disappeared like we didn't matter. And now, you're standing here acting like you have some kind of claim on me? Dawson's jaw tightens, but he doesn't interrupt. I left the biker world behind because of you, she continues, her voice rising. I didn't want any part of this chaos, this violence, this mess. And then I met Liam and I thought... She stops, her voice breaking for a second before she pulls herself together. I thought maybe he was different, but all I've done is trade one biker for another. Ava, I start, but she holds up a hand, silencing me. I'm not done, she says, her gaze snapping back to Dawson. You don't get to judge him. Not after everything you've done. You don't even know him. Dawson's expression softens just slightly, the hard lines of his face easing as he studies her. You really care about him, don't you? Ava hesitates, her eyes flicking to me for a split second before she nods. Yeah, I do. And you, Dawson says, turning to me. You're willing to put yourself on the line for her? To die for her? Every goddamn day, I say without hesitation, meeting his gaze head on. I don't care who you are or what you think of me. I'm not walking away from her. I think I've pretty much proven that. The silence that follows is deafening. For a moment it feels like the whole world's holding its breath. Finally, Dawson lowers the knife, slipping it back into his belt. He sighs, rubbing a hand over his face like he's carrying the weight of the world. All right, he says, his voice quieter now. If you care about her that much, Then this ends here. What does that mean? Ava asks, her voice wary. It means I was wrong, Dawson replies, his gaze locking on me. I thought Morgan was using you. Thought he was just another jerk looking to get close to me through you. But now I see he's just a different kind of idiot. Thanks, I mutter, rolling my eyes. Dawson steps back, motioning to his men. Let them go, he says. The guys around us look confused as hell, but they don't argue. One by one, they back off, leaving just me, Ava, and Dawson standing in the circle of headlights. You're free to go, Dawson says, his tone almost regretful. But know this, Morgan, if you hurt her, if you screw this up, I'll come for you. And it won't be a knife to your throat next time. I smirk, stepping closer to Ava and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. You won't have to, because I'm not going to screw this up. Dawson looks at Ava one last time, his expression unreadable. You're stronger than I gave you credit for, he says. Maybe too strong for your own good. With that, he turns and walks away, his men following like shadows. The silence that follows feels like a weight lifting off my chest. Ava leans into me, her body trembling slightly. You okay? I ask, my voice soft. Not even close, she replies, but there's a faint smile on her lips.
Chapter 46. Ava. The ride back is quiet, too quiet. The hum of Liam's bike beneath me is steady, but it does nothing to calm the storm brewing in my chest. I clutch onto him, my arms tight around his waist, but my thoughts are a jumbled mess. Dawson, my father, the man who left me and my mom behind like we were nothing, now suddenly popping back into my life with a knife to my throat. And Liam. Liam standing there, ready to trade his life for mine without a second thought. It's all too much. By the time we pull into Liam's garage, my hands are shaking. He cuts the engine, and for a moment, neither of us moves. The quiet hum of the building settles around us, heavy and thick. You good? He finally asks, his voice low and gruff. Define good, I mutter, climbing off the bike and crossing my arms. He turns to look at me, his blue eyes piercing even in the dim light. Ava, talk to me. I let out a bitter laugh, pacing a few steps away. What's going on? Are you serious, Liam? My father just threatened to slit my throat. You nearly got yourself killed, and now I'm supposed to just... What? Pretend everything's fine? No one's saying that, he says, his tone steady. But you're here. You're safe. That's what matters. Safe? I whirl around to face him, my voice rising. Do you even hear yourself? I'm not safe. Not with Dawson out there. Not with his men. And definitely not with you throwing yourself into the middle of this every chance you get. His jaw tightens, and he takes a step closer. I did what I had to do to protect you. And what happens next time, Liam? I ask, my voice breaking. What happens when it's not just Dawson? When it's someone worse? Because let's be honest, there's always going to be someone worse in your world. He looks at me like I just punched him in the gut. You think I don't know that? You think I don't lie awake at night, worrying about the same thing? Then why? Because I love you, Ava, he shouts, his voice raw and loud enough to echo off the walls. I mean, come on. I freeze, the words hitting me like a freight train. He's breathing hard, his fists clenched at his sides like he's bracing for me to run. I love you, he says again, quieter this time. And yeah, my life's a goddamn mess. I know that. But you're the only thing that makes any of it feel worth it. So yeah, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight for you, for us, for whatever this is. Because I'm not walking away. Not now, not ever. Tears prick at my eyes, and I hate it. I hate feeling this vulnerable, this exposed. But his words cut through the fear, the doubt, the anger, and for a second I let myself believe him. I don't know if I can do this, I admit, my voice barely a whisper. I don't know if I can live in your world, Liam. I left it for a reason. Then don't, he says, stepping closer until he's right in front of me. Let me live in yours. I'll change, Ava. I'll figure it out. Just don't give up on me. For a moment, it's just us, standing there in the middle of the garage, the chaos of the night fading into the background. You're gonna have to work for it, I say finally, my voice steadier now. If we're doing this, you're gonna have to prove to me that this isn't just a phase, that you can be someone I can rely on. He nods, his expression serious. Done, whatever it takes. And no more stupid hero stuff, I add, poking him in the chest. I mean it, Liam. You don't get to put yourself in danger for me like that again. He catches my hand, holding it gently. Don't get kidnapped by your dad's goons, and I won't have to. Screw you, I mutter, rolling my eyes. If you're offering, he says, his grin returning. I hate how much I want to smile back.
Chapter 47. Liam. The clubhouse is quiet for once, but it doesn't feel peaceful. It feels heavy, like the walls are pressing in, suffocating me. My crew's scattered around. Jake's fixing his bike in the corner. Tiny's playing cards with Mick, and a couple of the others are just joking about nothing. They don't know what I'm about to drop on them. I rub a hand over my face, trying to find the right words. But screw it, there's no right way to do this. All right, listen up, I call out, my voice cutting through the low hum of conversation. Everyone looks up, their eyes narrowing in confusion. Jake wipes his hands on a rag, leaning against the counter like he knows this is about to be something serious. I take a deep breath, planting my hands on the table. I'm out. The words hit like a bomb, and for a second, no one moves. Then the shouting starts. You're what? Jake barks, slamming the rag down on the counter. What are you talking about, Liam? You heard me, I say, my voice firm. I'm done. I'm walking away. The room erupts. Tiny swears under his breath. Mick looks like he's about to cry. And the rest of the guys are throwing out questions faster than I can answer. Jake pushes off the counter, stalking toward me. You don't just walk away from this life. That's not how it works. Well, it's working now, I snap, meeting his glare. And what about us? He spits. What about the crew? You think you can just leave and everything's gonna be fine? This isn't about you, I say, my voice rising. It's about me. I can't keep doing this, Jake. I'm tired of the fights, the nonsense, the constant chaos. I've got a shot at something real, and I'm not gonna screw it up because of this. Jake stares at me, his jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscle ticking. This is about her, isn't it? Yeah, it is, I admit. It's about Ava. And it's about me wanting to be someone better for her. Someone who doesn't have to look over his shoulder every goddamn day. And what happens when Dawson's crew comes knocking again? Jake snaps. You think they're just gonna let you ride off into the sunset with your girl? You think they're gonna forget who you are? I'll handle it, I say, my voice low. Jake laughs, but there's no humor in it. You're an idiot, you know that? Maybe, I say, shrugging, but it's my choice, and I'm making it. The room goes quiet again, the weight of my words settling over everyone. Tiny looks at me like he wants to say something, but he just shakes his head and goes back to his cards. Mick mutters something under his breath, but I can't make it out. It's Jake who finally breaks the silence. You're serious about this? He asks, his voice quieter now. Yeah, I say, meeting his gaze. I'm serious. He nods slowly, his shoulders slumping like all the fight's gone out of him. All right, if this is what you want, then I won't stop you. Thanks, I say, meaning it. But don't think for a second this is going to be easy, he adds, pointing a finger at me. You leave, you're on your own. No crew to back you up. No safety net. You screw this up, you're gonna be the one paying for it. I know, I say, but it's worth it. Jake shakes his head, letting out a heavy sigh. You better be right about that, Morgan, because if you're not... He doesn't finish the sentence, but he doesn't have to. I get it. I glance around the room, taking in the faces of the men I've called family for years. This isn't just about Ava. It's about stepping out of this life, leaving behind the chaos and violence I've known for so long. It's scary as hell. But for the first time, it feels like the right thing to do. Take care of yourselves, I say, grabbing my jacket and heading for the door. Don't look back.
Chapter 48. Ava. It's late and the apartment's quiet except for the faint hum of the heater kicking on. I'm sitting on the couch, staring at the clock on my phone like it's gonna give me answers. Liam hasn't called, hasn't texted, and it's pissing me off how much I care about that. I should be relieved. Distance is safer, right? It's what I wanted, isn't it? I let out a frustrated sigh, tossing my phone onto the coffee table and sinking deeper into the cushions. My chest feels heavy, like there's this weight pressing down, and no matter how many deep breaths I take, it won't go away. I hate this. I hate feeling like I'm caught between two lives, the stable, structured world I've built for myself and the chaotic mess that comes with Liam. But most of all, I hate how much I miss him. A knock at the door makes me jump, my heart leaping into my throat. I grab my phone, my fingers hovering over the screen like I'm ready to call for help. But when I peek through the peephole, it's not some threat standing on the other side. It's him. Liam. I'm open the door before I can overthink it, and there he is, leaning against the doorframe like he owns the place. His leather jacket slung over one shoulder, his hair a little messy like he's been riding all night. "What are you doing here?" I ask, crossing my arms to hide the way my hands are shaking. "Needed to see you," he says, his voice low and rough. "You got a minute?" I step aside, letting him in. He brushes past me, his presence filling the room like it always does. I shut the door, turning to find him standing in the middle of my living room, looking different. "You okay?" I ask, my voice softer now. "Yeah," he says, running a hand through his hair. Ava, I need to get this out before I lose my nerve." I raise an eyebrow, my arms still crossed. "Okay, I'm listening." He takes a deep breath, his hands flexing at his sides like he's not sure what to do with them. "I left the crew," he says, his voice steady but quiet. My jaw drops, and for a second I don't know what to say. "You... what?" "I left," he repeats, looking me dead in the eye. "I'm done with that life, Ava. For good." I blink, trying to process his words. "Liam, are you serious? Like, really serious?" "Yeah, I'm serious," he says, his tone sharper now. "I can't keep doing this, fighting, running, looking over my shoulder every goddamn day. You showed me that, I'm done." "And you're just walking away?" I ask, my voice tinged with disbelief. "It's not that simple," he admits. "Jake's pissed, the guys think I'm crazy, and I'm probably burning every bridge I've got. But you're worth it, Ava. Us, it's worth it." The room goes quiet, his words hanging in the air like they're waiting for me to respond. My chest tightens, and for a moment I can't breathe. "You really mean that?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," he says, stepping closer. "I'm not perfect, Ava. Hell, I'm a mess. But I'm trying. For you. For us. And if that's not enough, then it's enough." I cut him off, my voice trembling. "It's enough, Liam." His eyes soften, the tension in his shoulders easing just a little. Yeah? I nod, my throat tightening as I try to hold back tears. Yeah, but you scare the hell out of me, you know that? He smirks, his hand brushing against mine. Good. Means you care. I laugh softly, shaking my head. I hate how much I care. Join the club, he mutters, his grin fading as his expression turns serious. But I need to know, Ava. Are you in this? Are we doing this? I take a deep breath, my heart pounding. Yeah, I say finally. We're doing this. He exhales, his relief so palpable I can feel it from here. Good, he says, pulling me into his arms. For the first time in a long time, I let myself relax. I let myself trust him, trust us, and it feels like coming up for air after drowning.
Chapter 49. Liam. The garage is quiet, except for the soft clinking of tools as Zeke works on his bike. I stand in the doorway, watching him for a second, trying to figure out how the hell I'm gonna do this. He's my brother. Blood. The one person who's had my back since the day I punched that punk in middle school for calling him scrawny. And now I'm about to tell him I'm walking away. I clear my throat, and he looks up, wiping his hands on a rag. His eyes narrow when he sees me standing there like I'm about to drop some bad news. Which I am. "What's with the face?" he asks, his voice flat. "You look like someone just ran over your dog." I let out a sharp breath, stepping inside and shutting the door behind me. "We need to talk." "That sounds ominous," he mutters, tossing the rag onto the workbench. "All right, talk." I shove my hands into my pockets, leaning against the wall. "I'm out, Zeke." He stares at me, his head tilting slightly like he didn't hear me right. "Out of what?" "Out of the crew." Zeke blinks, his face unreadable for a long moment. Then he laughs, a sharp, humorless sound. "You're kidding me, right?" "No," I reply, crossing my arms. "I'm done, Zeke. I can't do this anymore." "You can't do this anymore?" He snaps, his voice rising. "You mean the stuff we've been doing together since we were kids? The stuff that's kept food on our table and a roof over our heads?" I push off the wall, my hands clenching into fists. I'm not saying it hasn't meant something, but it's not working for me anymore. I want something else. "Something else?" he repeats, throwing his hands in the air. "Like what, Liam? A white picket fence? A 9 to 5? You think you're just gonna walk away and everything's gonna be sunshine and rainbows?" "I'm not naive, Zeke," I snap. "I know it's not gonna be easy, but I've got a shot at something real with Ava, and I'm not gonna screw it up." "Oh, so this is about her," he says, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "The nurse who probably thinks she can fix you. Newsflash, bro. You don't get fixed. You don't just, wake up one day and stop being who you are." "I'm not trying to stop being who I am," I growl, stepping closer. "I'm trying to be better. For her. For me." "And what about us?" Zeke asks, his voice raw now. "What about the crew? You think we don't need you? You think I don't need you?" The words hit harder than I want to admit. I swallow hard, my throat tightening. "You don't need me, Zeke. You never did. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for." "Yeah, right," he snaps, his jaw tightening. "You've always been the one to take the hits, Liam. Always been the one to get us out of messes when it goes sideways. And now you're just gonna leave?" "Yeah, but it's not like I'm dying or turning into a ghost," I say. "I'm just ready for some peace." He turns away, running a hand through his hair. "You're an idiot, you know that?" "Probably," I mutter, leaning back against the wall. The silence stretches between us, heavy and suffocating. Finally, Zeke lets out a long breath, turning to face me again. "You really think this is what you want?" he asks, his voice quieter now. "Yeah," I say, meeting his gaze. "It is." He studies me for a moment, his eyes narrowing like he's trying to figure out if I'm serious. Then he shakes his head, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You got balls, I'll give you that," he mutters. "I learned from the best," I reply, a small grin breaking through despite the tension. Zeke crosses his arms, his expression softening just a little. "All right. But if you screw this up with her, don't come crying to me." "Noted," I say, smirking. For a moment we just stand there, the weight of the conversation still hanging between us. But then Zeke reaches out, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "You're a pain," he says, his voice gruff. "Right back at you," I reply, grinning. "It's not perfect, it's not clean, but it's enough."
Chapter 50. Ava. "Come on in, baby," Cornelius calls from the kitchen as I push the front door open. "Hey, Cornelius!" I shout back, stepping inside and taking a second to soak in the calm. His house is my safe place. Warm lights, soft jazz playing in the background, and the faint creak of old wooden floors. But tonight's different. Tonight I've brought someone with me. "Who's this?" Cornelius's voice floats out as he pokes his head around the corner. His eyes narrow when he spots Liam stepping in behind me. "Cornelius, this is Liam," I say, my voice steady even though my palms are sweaty as hell. "Liam, this is Cornelius." Liam steps forward, his hand outstretched, and for a moment I swear Cornelius is sizing him up like a general inspecting a soldier. "Sir," Liam says, his voice firm but respectful. Cornelius's eyebrows shoot up. "Sir? Boy, you trying to make me feel old?" Liam grins, his hand still extended. "Just trying to be polite." Cornelius lets out a low chuckle, finally shaking Liam's hand. "Well, at least you've got manners. Come on in before the food gets cold." The table's already set, and Cornelius is bustling around the kitchen, grabbing plates and dishing up food. Liam sits next to me, his shoulders tense like he's waiting for a bomb to go off. I nudge him under the table, giving him a small smile. "You look like you're about to face a firing squad." I whisper. He leans closer, his voice low. "Isn't that what this is?" I roll my eyes, but I can't help the smile tugging at my lips. "Relax." Cornelius doesn't bite, hard. Dinner starts out easy enough. Cornelius tells a story about a kitchen disaster he had last week, something about a burnt pot and a very unhappy Nyla. And it's enough to make Liam crack a smile. But then Cornelius turns to him, his expression soft but serious. "So, Liam," he says, setting his fork down, "what's your plan?" Liam freezes for a second, his jaw tightening before he forces himself to relax. "Plan for what?" "For her," Cornelius says, nodding toward me. Liam glances at me, then back at Cornelius. "My plan is to stick around." Cornelius leans back in his chair, studying him. Trying's a good start, but it's not enough on its own. You gotta have follow-through, boy. You gotta mean it. "I do mean it," Liam says, his voice steady. "I've made mistakes. Big ones. But Ava makes me want to be better. And I don't intend to let her down." The room goes quiet, the weight of Liam's words settling over all of us. I feel my chest tighten, a mix of pride and fear swirling inside me. Cornelius nods slowly, his face softening. "Good answer," he says finally. "But actions speak louder than words. I'll be watching." Liam smirks, leaning back in his chair. I'd expect nothing less. By the time dinner's over, the tension has eased, replaced by a warm, easy vibe that feels like family. Cornelius pours us all a drink, whiskey for him and Liam, wine for me, and we sit around the table, talking and laughing like we've known each other forever. Chapter 51. Ava. Cornelius's place is alive with laughter, The kind that comes from full bellies, good drinks, and people who feel like home. Nyla's sitting cross-legged on the couch, gesturing wildly as she tells some story about a patient who tried to flirt with her while half-conscious. Liam's sitting next to me at the dining table, nursing a whiskey and grinning at her antics. And then, Nyla says, practically choking on her own laughter, the guy winks at me and says, "Don't worry, nurse. I've been stabbed before. I'm great under pressure." Like, "Sir, you're bleeding out on the floor." The room erupts in laughter, and even Liam chuckles, shaking his head. "That's some confidence," he says, raising his glass. "Respect." Cornelius walks in from the kitchen carrying a plate of cookies like it's some kind of peace offering. "Y'all better save some of that energy for dessert," he says, setting the plate on the coffee table. "Granddaddy, you trying to fatten us up or what?" Nyla teases, grabbing a cookie before he even sits down. "Some of y'all could use it," he shoots back, eyeing Liam pointedly. Liam leans back in his chair, his grin lazy but sharp. "I'll have you know I'm in excellent shape, old man." Cornelius raises an eyebrow, crossing his arms. "Shape or no shape, you're still a guest in my house, boy. Don't push your luck." The banter is light, but there's an undertone of respect in Cornelius's voice. And the fact that Liam doesn't push back, doesn't puff up like he usually does, tells me he respects it too. I glance over at him, watching the way he fits into the room. It's weird seeing him like this, relaxed, laughing, part of something bigger than himself. It makes my chest ache in a way I'm still trying to figure out. "You good?" Liam murmurs, leaning closer so only I can hear him. "Yeah," I say, smiling softly. "I'm good." He doesn't push, just nods and takes another sip of his whiskey. But the way his hand brushes against mine under the table, it's enough to make my heart race. The night winds down slowly. Nyla falls asleep on the couch, her head tipped back and her mouth wide open like she's in the middle of a snore. Cornelius shakes his head, draping a blanket over her before turning to me and Liam. "You two sticking around?" he asks, his tone casual but knowing. "Nah," Liam says, standing and stretching. "I've got an early start tomorrow." Cornelius nods, his gaze lingering on Liam for a second longer than necessary. Then he turns to me, his expression softening. "You drive safe, baby." "I will," I promise, leaning in to kiss his cheek. As Liam and I step outside, the cold air hits like a slap, crisp and sharp against my skin. He pulls his jacket tighter, glancing over at me. "They're good people," he says, his voice low. "They like you," I reply, smiling. "Yeah? Yeah?" He nods, his gaze fixed on the stars above. "Feels good, you know, being part of something like that." "You're part of it now," I say, nudging him with my shoulder. His smile is small but genuine, and it makes my chest ache all over again. The ride back to my place is quiet, the city lights blurring into soft streaks through the car windows. By the time we pull up, I'm fighting to keep my eyes open. "You coming in?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. "Not tonight," he says, his tone warm but firm. "You need your rest." I raise an eyebrow. "Since when do you care about rest?" He grins, leaning over to press a kiss to my forehead. "Since I started caring about you." The words are simple, but leave me breathless as I watch him drive away.
Chapter 52. Liam. Selling my bike feels like I'm cutting off a piece of myself. Hell, it's not just a bike, it's my ride, my freedom, my escape when things get too heavy. But here I am, standing in the middle of Jake's garage, watching some guy in a flannel shirt poke and prod at the handlebars like he's about to buy a used toaster. "You take good care of it?" the guy asks, wiping his hands on his jeans like he's the one doing me a favor. "Do I look like someone who doesn't take care of his bike?" I snap, crossing my arms. He chuckles nervously, stepping back like I might punch him. Not a bad idea, honestly. Jake, standing by the counter, lets out a low whistle. You're really doing this, huh? Yeah, I mutter, my jaw tight. I am. The guy finishes his inspection, nodding like he's satisfied. All right, we've got a deal. I shake his hand, feeling the sting of it all the way up my arm. He hands me the cash, and I watch as he climbs onto my bike, fires it up, and rides out of the garage like it's just another Tuesday. The moment the roar of the engine fades, the silence feels deafening. Jake leans against the counter, crossing his arms. You sure about this? The bike's been with you through a lot of stuff. I'm sure, I say, slipping the cash into my pocket. It's time to move on. Jake snorts, shaking his head. You're a better man than me, Morgan. I'd rather sell a kidney than my bike. Yeah, well, I've got plans, I reply, my voice steady. Big ones. The cash from the sale, along with what I've saved over the years, is enough to get me started. I've already got a space lined up, a small, run-down garage on the edge of town. It's nothing fancy, but it's got potential. It's going to be a custom bike shop. My shop. A place where I can take all the chaos I've been living in and turn it into something real. Something that lasts. Good luck with your plans, Jake says, his voice softer now. You deserve something good, man. Thanks, I reply, clapping him on the shoulder. And don't worry, I'm still around, just not in the same way. Yeah, he mutters, but there's a small grin on his face. By the time I leave the garage, the weight in my chest feels a little lighter. I step outside, the cold air hitting my face as I look up at the sky. It's dark, but the stars are out, scattered like tiny beacons in the endless black. I pull out my phone, scrolling to Ava's name. Me. Sold the bike. It only takes a few seconds for her reply to come through. Ava. Wow. Really? How do you feel? I smirk, typing back. Me. Like I just sold my soul. You free tonight? Ava. Come over. I'll make you feel better. I can't help but grin as I shove the phone back into my pocket and start walking. Doesn't take long to get there, and it looks like she's been waiting at the door for me the whole time.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I shake my head, partially in disbelief. Ava. She responds as she cuddles into my chest. I look at her, feeling entirely at peace. I'm gonna marry you.
Hey fam! I hope you enjoyed this story of Ava and Liam. No man or woman is an island, and Ava and Liam were touched and affected with their experiences with Cornelius, Nyla, and even Lori. If you want to see what ends up with Cornelius and Nyla, check out the hit series, Say Less I Love You.